Good evening, Truth Serum Nation. Good evening, Truth Serum Nation. Step right up, spend a buck, try your luck, get in on the game, and have no shame. Come hang out. We'll talk about a few things. I'll wait for you. It's the Truth Serum. We could talk politics. We could talk Biden, Trump, Franzese, Merlino, Doughboy, whatever's on your mind. Thank you for the supporters that come in here. Help me out. I've been having a lot of fun. The channel's growing, so we have fun here. And American Idol, right? American Idol. Yeah, we have a real big show. All right, enough of that. So I was gonna go to the Red Hot Chili Peppers concert because it's right down the street at Six Flags, but sold out. Plus, their new songs suck. I like the old Red Hot Chili Peppers songs, but times are changing, so I can't afford to pay $70 to hear Under the Bridge and one other song. So, hey, Mr. Elias Barnes, how's it going? I was just watching the Biden rally in Detroit, Michigan. He was doing a speech yesterday, and he had the advisors and the cabinet. He had the cabinet members there, and he called one of them Donald Trump. And Blinken, that Blinken, they were all sitting there, and the camera was on them, and they were just froze like, no, he didn't. He just called me Donald Trump. Did you hear that, Blinken? He just called me. Just sit there and just look straight ahead. This will be over real quick. Unbelievable, Elias Barnes. How you feeling? Now the donors have frozen their donations until they can get right up in person with him and elbow to elbow. They don't really need to do that at this point in time because the writing is already on the wall. It's terrible. Completely terrible. Completely terrible. I did that show talking about Gene Borrello, and he called the president of Ukraine. Holy cow. Oh, man. I don't know what's going on anymore. Turn it into a mockery. But it's going to have a ripple effect. They're going to lose the Senate, and they're going to lose the House. The donors have frozen, I think, almost 90 million. I don't know what's going to happen. And he just got up there saying, I'm staying in the race. I'm staying. And I'm winning. He's going, I'm winning. And, oh, man. And, hey, TGIF, the New York Jets. And he had them blunders, Then he does the whisper. He learned this from those old dumb hacks from the 70s when they must have said back in those news conferences back a million years ago, hey Joe, this is an old trick we learned during the Revolutionary War. When you really want their attention, you whisper. So, yeah, folks, we're gonna win in the 2024. Yeah, we're winning in the polls. Yeah. Try to stop me. What? Try to stop me. God, come on. God forgive me, because otherwise he'd just be a struggling old man. That's just a struggling man. And, but then you see the guy selling our country out. So, you're making fun of a mental patient, And then, you know, but then it's just an old man that's struggling. But that's Jill propping him up there. She is having problems with Harris because they all want Harris to move right up in. What's up, Vegas Pete? So they're leveraging. They're going to lose the Senate. They're going to lose the House. The governor didn't even show up for Joe Biden. Not one. Neither did that witch, that Gretchen. They didn't show up for this Biden rally. They didn't show up. They did not show up. None of them did. None of them showed up. Excuse me. It's no dignitary. They got the same actors in the background cheering. Biden's try to stop me. This is old gibberish recycled. I got a haircut, folks. Big in, yes. I finally got a haircut. I'm running for vice president on the Trump ticket. Try to stop me. Joe Biden. Keep your eyes open. This guy. Thank you, Big Yen. Oh, Lord. Not that it matters or anything, but it seems like, hey, Tony Lucas, how you doing? Thank you. God bless you. You guys have a good family. I couldn't take the pressure. I was going to go to the concert for the Red Hot Chili Peppers. They were sold out, but if you had a season pass, they're going to charge you $90. I can't do it. It's 3 miles down the road, $90. Whoa. But I can't. Their new album sucks anyways, and I'm a big Red Hot Chili Peppers fan. They can't recapture those old flavor of them songs. And then Hillel is gone. You know, the other, they had some tragedies from drugs, but what can you do? So, yeah, that's their blood sugar sex measure. Oh, you saw them? I'm a big fan. Anthony Colitis beat drugs. I beat drugs myself after drugs killed me, so I had no choice. It's like I'm filing for a divorce, heroin. I don't see any future anymore. No. Boom, life support for a year. So, yeah. Vegas Pete, we're going to have problems again, bro. I got a feeling that deep down Vegas Pete doesn't really like me. Be right back. Going to make a coffee. Come on. I got to make another pot because what is it? 8:30? I might go last man standing. I really need a co-host. I don't know, man. I'm just kidding, man. You see, when it's just texted mere words, then spoken words that have inflection and, sometimes mere words. I know. No. I'm just busting them. You gave me confidence before. I need confidence. Yeah. Yeah, they were big back in the day. Still rocking, yeah. That era came out, man. Good musicians, too. Yeah, they were big back in the day. Thank you, Vegas Pete, Tony Lucas. I just watched Biden talking at the Democrat rally. Yeeks. Holy cow. Wow, the 90s, man. I just turned 61, Pete. Them groups came out with them voices and them songs. They call it grunge or whatever, progressive. But that was rock and roll too. Grunge was rock and roll. A little variance of rock and roll. I mean, great musicians. You know that guitarist for Soundgarden, um, uh, STP and Korn, the guy that used to be with Rage Against the Machine, and then he played for a song on. He played with Soundgarden, Cornell. You know I have brain damage. Yeah, man. Phew. Black Hole Sun. Yeah. Oh, Morello, Vegas Pete. You guys know Morello. Wow. I've learned that this community is very music savvy. Music savvy. Holy cow. Someone tell me who wrote the music to Beauty and the Beast. No, I'm just kidding. Oh wow. Man, what an era. How could that geographical location come up with, well, there were some other locations, but holy cow. I remember channel surfing, and that's when MTV actually played music. MTV played music. Geez, what a novel concept that is. And here come Smells Like Teen Spirit. And I look and I'm like, who's this dude? And then all of a sudden, I was hypnotized. It just built up and took me over. The crescendo, the peak, and then the wow. I said, then game changer. Then stupid me, the music connoisseur that I am, I thought to myself, yeah, one hit wonder got lucky. Nirvana. Yeah, one hit wonder, they got lucky. Every song they had was a hit to me, even going back to In Utero and all that other stuff before In Utero, even with some of that indie stuff. But you know what is cool, folks, for the music connoisseurs is go on YouTube. Never mind, Pete. Bleach, never mind. Look at these guys. Bleach and never mind. You know what is cool? Oh, Unplugged. Wow. Yeah, Sunbeam. What about what was I gonna say? Can't remember what I was gonna say now. I'm flabbergasted by all these good songs. Oh, go back on YouTube and search Nirvana playing these small venues. He was playing these small venues, and he played Smells Like Teen Spirit. You know, it's a bar. He was playing in a bar, and boom, 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 and these people in there, they're looking at like, what the hell is this? What is this? The Henry Rollins Show on MTV. Wow, Priebus. Yeah. Then he had those girls on the side dancing. He had a mannequin. Then he was wearing the dress. What was the dress all about? You can't make it in entertainment unless you've worn a dress at some point in time. I don't know what the hell's going on. Then you get a contract. Yeah, wear a dress up there, Kirk. We'll get you recognized. What is that? Oh, the Headbangers Ball. Remember they were all on the couch? Remember they were doing the interviews on the couch on MTV? Wow. Then they got in a fight with Axl Rose at the awards. Axl Rose was real big with Guns N' Roses, I guess, and that's why David Grohl said, "Hello, Axl," or whatever when he got the award. He leaned over to the mic and he said, "Hello." He's something Axl. I don't know what the hell it was, but it was a little crazy. Those were the days. Now I don't even know what the hell is out there anymore. Maybe the kids today just think that whatever's out there today is real good, and I'm just an old man thinking, you know, everybody from our own era thinks that that was it. But I don't think there's any really talent. It's all, I don't know. Yeah, Woodstock in upstate. Wow. Holy cow. No talent, synthesizers. Who's got voices like, uh, uh, Andy Vetter? Was that his name? Andy Vetter, Pearl Jam? You know, I got brain damage. Uh, uh, Cornell from Soundgarden. Eddie Vedder. Eddie Vedder. Yeah. Auto Tune. Who's got voices like that? Who's got voices? Very strong, prominent voices. Lane Staley. Wow. Big voices. Good written music. Stevie Ray Vaughan. Yeah, there's a gap, I guess. But I asked some of the. I asked. Oh, I was at Darien Lake. I was at Six Flags, right, a little while back. Oh yes, Scott Wild. I had the Nirvana shirt. You probably seen me wear it a few times, and just for shits and giggles, going around, I'd see uh younger kids, 20 something year olds, 30 something years old, and I'd say, "Hey, buddy, what's this?" "Oh, Nirvana, great group, great group, great group." And I'd say, "Well, who are you listening? What are you guys listening to today?" They're going, Allison. They were listening to the grunge. You know, yeah. I was like, aren't there rock groups that like rock? They play some kind of rock. Is everything some kind of rap, synthesized rap? It just like the commercials got rap. The commercial going to break is got rap. What is that? What is that? The media is just putting rap out. Now there's some good rap music out there, but not everybody that's watching television is into that. So why don't they? What are they trying to force down the people's throats? I like the old school rap when it came out. I listened to soul music, rap music, anything that sounded good. But the kids that I see, a diverse segment population, they're bringing up. There's kids talking. There's 20-year-olds talking about Led Zeppelin. I says, what about the rock groups today? They said there really ain't anybody that's. It's just country. Then they got country mixed with soul, and then whatever they're putting out there. I don't know what the hell they're putting out there. Crazy. But I was surprised to see that demographic bringing up old school names. The Rolling Stones, uh, um, uh, Steven Tyler. I guess, because their parents, their parents, they must have been hearing it when they were children. They're like, well, this still sounds good because their choices, there ain't that many choices out there. Holy cow. Pearl Jam unplugged. Yeah. Yeah, yeah, it's a different era. You think there'd be some group that had a grunge flavor out there. What's this generation? What's this next generation? I don't know. Maybe they're just not being pushed through the management things. But yeah, Grambino, how you feeling? Go get a coffee or a water. I'll be here till about 2 o'clock in the morning. So playing on tilt. That's what Biden. Yeah, sad but true. Hey, I like rap too, but how about some rock and roll? Yeah, make it a blend. Not many bands, mostly original bands, still playing at concerts here and there. I know. Oh, all right, Grambino. No pain. Be careful now. Don't go overboard. Yeah, they need to mix it up. Hey, Danny, how's it going? Daniel, my brother. Yeah, I don't know. It's kind of times truly changed. My nephew said, "Well, you're getting a little older, Uncle Joe." Well, I still want to recognize some good riffs and some good beats and some good vocals at any age. Where is it? What is it? You know. But yeah, I asked some of the younger generation because it's so many different people at the amusement park, you know. So thank you, Big Yin. I will, and I just try to pick their brains a little bit. But I'm surprised that they're bringing up historical rock and roll bands and grunge bands. Now, I didn't go do a 50-person survey, but just, I'll sit and have a smoke and somebody will be there and just a couple talks. So maybe 14, 15 people in 3 hours, just mild talk. And they would say, well, I like Led Zeppelin. I was surprised Led Zeppelin's just timeless. Led Zeppelin's timeless, as well as these other groups. But they're like the GOAT. See, they've been told by people, well, what do you think's the best group in all time? So they probably heard, even Queen jammed, even Queen. But that most of them, maybe 12 out of 16, that would be 3/4, 75% were saying grunge and rock and roll today, last week. Wow. Their country music will always be big. Country. I like some country music too. But I listen to these new rappers, these new age rappers. No talent, no beats, no talent. I'm sorry. I was listening to rap since I was 10 years old. Way back. No talent. If there was some good rap, I would entertain it. Chris Stapleton. Yeah, Chris Stapleton is they're trying to mix rap into country music because rap by itself is faltering. They steal samples. They steal the samples from the older songs, or they pay for the rights of the older songs, and then they melt it in there, and they think they got a good tune. Kids today don't just have an appreciation for rock and roll, new wave, grunge. Yeah, that's awesome. But you ask most kids today, they wouldn't have a clue. Even when I was coming up, we had we knew about that generation before. When I was a teenager in the 70s, and we knew the predecessors and things like that could hold their own weight, that could stand on their merits. Jeez. I could write better rap. I'm a poem writer. I'm a poet and an author. I can write good poems. I could write better rap songs on the shitter than these bums they're putting on TV. No talent. No talent. Straight garbage, Tony Lucas. Straight garbage. They put it out there. They're mixing it into the media networks. They're trying to like force feed it. They're trying to force feed it down people's throats, but it ain't working. It just ain't working. You know, years ago, Biggie Small, Ice-T, Flavor Flav. You know, there was some good rap going on back then. Uh, Even going back to uh, they had that group that said, "Have you ever been over your friend's house to eat and the food was just no good? The bread was whack and the things it tasted like wood." But you know, what was that? I didn't give you a good sample of it, but I think you guys are too young, anyways. And the food just tastes like wood. Yeah, they had some good creative stuff with some good riffs and some, you know, but holy cow. Yeah. Now back to Joe Biden doing that rally in Detroit. I can't watch any more of it. You know, just watching an old man, just like if that was just a guy in society, I just feel sorry for him. But to tank our country, then I hate him. You know, get him out of there. And he's up there saying, I'm staying in. I'm winning. I'm going all the way. He called Blinken Donald Trump. That Blinken, that other numbnuts, they had the 4 cabinet people. He called Blinken Donald Trump. Blinken was sitting there with the other 4 guys going, I can't believe he just said that. The other guy said, look straight ahead. I want to get out of here as soon as possible. He just called me Donald Trump. Mm-hmm. I'm not going anywhere. Then he whispers. What's this whisper bullshit that he always does? Some advisor told him years ago, if you whisper, people listen harder. So I'm not going anywhere. Forgive me, God, forgive me. Because he is an old man. Forgive me. Alzheimer's and dementia is a bad thing. Forgive me, God. But God save the country. I don't know what the answer is. I don't know what the answer is. Because in reality, it's just an old man that's effed up. Effed up. I'm 61 years old. That hotel, motel, Holiday Inn. That was it, Tony Lucas. That was it. Tony Lucas is from. What, Tony Lucas? Where you from? Yeah. Mm-hmm. When your girl starts acting up, then you take her friend. Yeah, hotel, motel. Who were those boys? Was boys in the name? They had a lot of good songs. Yeah, man, that was stuck in my mind. I couldn't figure it out. Holy cow. Mac Dre. Yeah, Biden is gone. I mean, his mind is just lost. Yeah, that's. See, what's going to happen is he's going all the way, and the House and the Senate are going to be compromised because the Republicans are going to have both the House and the Senate. They already have one or the other right now. But if he goes all this way, because these other candidates, these other candidates, and they don't want to hitch their wagon to him. So he's compromising the rest of these. Yonkers got to be a New Yorker. Yeah. Hey, Francis, I had a feeling New York State. I had a feeling, Mr. Lucas, Yonkers. Yeah. That's where what's his name was from with the pit bulls. I'm really, see, he took a dump on the mic the other. Yeah, they said he did it. They said he did it, a literal dump at the summit. Man, uh, it's a total mess. It's a total mess. You know, I have a brain injury, and I notice now. Look at tonight. I can't remember these things. But I could accelerate into that. The Sugar Hill Gang. What the heck, man? How do I not know that? The Sugar Hill Gang. Hmm. I'm becoming him. Forgive me, God. Yeah. After I was brain injury and everything else, they uh they said when I get into my 60s, I can decelerate with my mind capacity and thoughts and forgetfulness and everything else, which I'm probably already demonstrated on this video. So watch what you say, Joe. But and I've witnessed when I was younger some old timer friends that went down to Alzheimer's and dementia. It's bad, but that's a different situation. This guy's running our country. But the battleground states that were traditionally Democrats, they say right now Trump is winning Michigan. That's why Numbnuts is over there doing a speech. He's winning Michigan, and I think Iowa and Wisconsin, the three states that carried them in that whatever you want to call that election. But what's going on, Francis? You know how I do it. I'll be here to 3 o'clock in the morning, so put the coffee on. Sugar Hill Gang. Wow. Yeah, you know that singer from Yonkers. He had the dogs and everything, and he was here in Darien. He got a speeding ticket right here down the street. If you do 37 in this 35, that's the only source of revenue. I'm in a little small country town. If you do 37 down this street in a 35, you get a ticket. Yeah. Oh, Lilio Brancato, the guy who got famous from Bronx Tale. He went bad on the drogas, didn't he? Drugs are bad. Drugs are bad. It's good to be, if you want to be a weekend warrior and, experiment with things. And yeah, but then if you do drugs that you could get hooked on, now you're fighting the devil. The devil don't lose those usually. The devil doesn't lose those battles. I got a haircut for you, Francis. Well, I actually got a few haircut, few of them. So, yeah, she did a real good job. Willow was a great actor. I think that's the closest I've been to a woman in 2 months. Was at the cookie cutter hair place. Forgive me. He was a great actor. He was a great actor in that. I don't know any other roles he played. We can't be so partisan about Republican, Democrat, but just a successful person, just somebody that thinks half straight. Now Obama and Clinton are having a tizzy because what's going on, and the donors are freezing the donations to the Democratic Party. The Democratic, yeah. You're a happy girl, double F. Francis Franciotti. Oh, yeah, made bad mistakes. I made bad mistakes. I ended up dead. Mm-hmm. So, yeah, but we could come back. You know how I do it. We could come back. We can come back. Francis Franciotti. I'm not sad anymore. You're not sad? Francis Franciotti. Nice name. Double F with those double D's. No. Cut. Cut. You chauvinistic, but no. Cut. Where's my producer, editor? Where's my... Oh. Get it over with already, Francis. Right. Sometimes I just turn it and I watch Three's Company. Exactly, someone who's going to make things right. Yeah. I'm from a military family, going back to World War I. And it's, I don't know. But good old Obama, Biden, and Clinton. See, these are the powers to be, but they got these billionaire donors that are like, wait a minute, we gotta. This is what they're calling for. It's just breaking news. This is what they're calling for. They're freezing the donor money that goes to the Democratic committee. They're freezing it until Biden it hasn't made the dates where you meet and shake hands, because this is how it goes, folks. These donors are millionaires. You know what they get out of donating those millions? They get a picture. They get a picture that, not Jesus, but they get a picture that they could hang on the wall and say, I was with President so-and-so. They're so rich, they don't care. That's what they get out of it. And there might be some other political favors if they're in business and they can leverage things, because you know how that goes. Nancy Pelosi, whatever. Did I say that? Oh, I don't know. But they're freezing it until he comes, rubs elbows, but Biden won't make a date for those events. They even before the debacles and all that, because they've been hiding them. So they were supposed to have all that stuff scheduled, like they've traditionally been the whole time, but they haven't, because they've been hiding it and all that, hiding Biden. And so now they're like, well, all they really want is a picture, but he doesn't even want to meet with them. He doesn't even want to meet with them. So 90 million is on hold because he's too afraid to go to the party and rub elbows with them, because they're afraid that they're not going to get the donations. All those donors want is a picture of Joe. Not this Joe. Oh, no, don't make me cry. Yeah. Yep. Thank you, Tony. Yeah. Long road back, but it's been 2014, so 10 years in January. No drugs, no nothing. I'm pissing spring water. Oh, geez. Yeah. A lot of the old dopers, I'd say, boy, he goes, nah, Jojo, I'm pissing spring water. I said, you're not high? No, I'm clean. I'm clean. Okay, that's good. Stay clean and live. You know what's weird? Well, I had some injuries, shoulder and stuff, traditional stuff. So my history is in the medical database, and I still have a little trouble with my shoulders. So the guy, he says, boy, you got a pinched nerve, blah, 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 all this stuff. And he says, well, I'm going to write you some I said, I don't even want the Motrin. I don't even want the Motrin or anything. He says, no, I'm not going to, I ain't writing you Motrin. I'm going to write you OxyContin. I said, sir, I'm on the database. I overdosed on drugs. I was blah, 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 blah. He said, well, it's my professional discretion. I said, get me the F out of here. You ain't turning me into a junkie. I'll deal with the pain. C's. You know what comes up on some of those databases? Type my name in there with my social security number, and it's like the poison symbol that's on poisonous materials, like a yuck sticker. Type my name in there, and it's that, a do not write list. Don't write this guy any opiate drugs. This clown says I can use my. I said, you're a bum. You want to make me a drug addict again. Oxy 90s or something, or whatever it was. Oxycontin. Heroin. He can't, and his people behind the scenes won't let him. Can you imagine someone shakes his hand and someone looks up and says, it's a bird? Look, now I'm going to say, God forgive me. Now you're going to say it. God forgive me. New York. Yeah. New York. Gotta love the action. Thank you guys for hanging out with me tonight. You know I can't take the pressure. I gotta see my people. We talk about whatever. I gotta put something in the title to try to attract people. When I did that Gene Borrello thing, I got comments. Now, Gene is a tough guy, because when John Alight and Gene were commenting, and then John Alight gave my channel a shout out, they use these different types of symbols on my other thing when it shows a comment. So I talked about Gene doing that interview and talked about him or whatever. I don't know, but there's this thing that'll say like XY symbol, this user. And sometimes these gangster channels will use that if they will comment in there. You know, Mikey D uses Mike whatever, and RJ Roger, and John Alight did, but I thought it was just a fraud reply. But Gene, if you watch me, thank you, man. I didn't mean to, but don't go on the guy's show, bro. Don't go on his show, Lou Frate. Are you that broke? You got all these projects, Netflix. Hey, it is what it is. What are you going on his show for 500? Sammy ain't never going back on that guy's channel, Doughboys, and you shouldn't go back on there. Lance 33, get some NFL. We'll get the NFL. We'll have a tout show going. The New York Jets 15. I know he's in this commentary somewhere. The Jets have that tough defense. Like I said before, the Jets defense was on the field more than any other team in the NFL, And if the Jets could come up with 17 points, Mufrate, they're going to be in every game. The Jets were in every game last year with no offense, and their defense was on the field the whole game. Aaron Rodgers is going to get you some first downs, and that defense is going to be well rested. The Jets might have the number one defense in the league. Lance, Joe, you are in it funny. I wouldn't miss your show Friday night get together. Thanks, man. Just little old me. We like to shoot it around, Of course, I don't have the production and all that, but hey, what are you going to do? Just like Audio Slave said, be yourself. Remember Audio Slave, the group, Cornell? Just be yourself. We're all kings and queens. Jets come here on Sunday night prime time this year. Yeah, because the league and the networks are forecasting them to be a top team. So you could tell like who the networks are touting in the schedule. The Bills are just disassembled. I don't even know. It's tough being a Buffalo fan, but I've been a Yankees fan and a Jets fan, but F the Bills. It doesn't make sense. Why go on Doughboys Loser Show? Tony Lucas. Gene, you know me, I'm the truth serum. You're going on VLAD, you says. Maybe you are. God bless you. I hope you get 60,000 for it. You're doing Netflix projects. That's real money. A true Sicilian Italian. This doughboy doesn't like Italians. You're getting up there for theater and that bullcrap, but then it went too far. Yeah, then it went too far. And then you said some really insulting things. Now, you know I don't like Doughboy, but you got real graphic. And then Doughboy took the video down. So why are you entertaining that gibberish? You see, Doughboy was riding him because Doughboy's cute about riding him, but Doughboy wants to get his money's worth because he has to pay the guy. So he must tell Gene, listen, here's 500. You know I'm gonna get under your skin a little, like we've been doing this charade all along. And then we're gonna get the ratings, and then we're gonna have conflict, and then and everybody wins. But it's turned just like the same way it turned with Sammy the Bull Gravano and this Doughboy. And then it went bad. Now, if you go back on the Doughboy's show, it means you are broke. And everybody is right. So if you go back on there, you're broke. Because he was talking about, you got two bodies. Well, one was a fluke and the other one was a fluke. And then Gene ain't supposed to say, well, I got away with 4 other bodies or whatever, or alleged or not. I'm just saying for the sake of argument. So he ain't gonna say that. Well, I can't tell you about these other crimes. So Gene's stuck on that. Doughboy's just trying to punk him and say, you got 2 questionable bodies. One was in prison. You hit the guy fell, hit his head. And one was just willy-nilly shooting into a car or something or whatever. And somebody died. It wasn't like a hit, a traditional hit. Boom, boom, boom. So he's participating in it. So Doughboy kicks him off. Then he gets back on. And then this is when Gene got graphic about the females, any females in Doughboy's family. Gene got graphic on some things to say about the females, and then he got kicked out for good. And then Doughboy, oh, why? Why did he do? You're prodding the guy. You're trying to punk him. You're trying to make him look like a fool. Whether he is or not, the guy's going to still defend himself. Oh, why? Oh, dear. And the freaking mongoloid he's putting in the damn camera. It's like, why does John A. Light, you know I love you, whatever. You're going to have to talk to Gene. I know you watched the show under this other username. I know you watched the show. God bless you. And thank you for giving me my shout out. You got to tell him, stay the hell away from it. Do you guys get along? Where are you? You're in Europe, or you're in Europe or something? Gene, you must be broke. You've had this theater soap opera drama. Don't you see it's whack by now? It's played out. It's played out. It went too far. Why are you giving that guy the time of day? Just let him Google old mob stories and let him do his thing. Because you get views. Gene Borrello in the title gets views. You can only play it so long. And you think it's automatic. But when it starts to plummet, it's going to plummet. When it starts to plummet, it's going to plummet. Take some free marketing consultation from me. Free advice. Do your own show and go crazy on your own show. Do your own show and go crazy on your own show and get the views and the ads and super chats and all that. Dude's just too much of a hothead. That era, that not the guy is a hothead and he could be dangerous, but guys like that back in my era, they wouldn't have made it. They wouldn't have made it. Mm-mm. Mm-mm. Forget about Mob 2, Mob Soap Opera and all that. Them guys like that, they wouldn't have made it. Mm-mm. He could be a cowboy and a renegade back then, and his uncle was Ruggiano. That saved him half the time too. And his grandfather or his great uncle was another prominent person. He spent $100K on replacing those doors. Woo. Yeah, and Doughboy showed the video. Doughboy was cute and showed the video of that. Good, Elias Barnes. Why did you go back on there after he demeaned you, deliberately trying to shame you? Played it, and then he played the video in the street when he was running to his car. When he was running to his car on Doughboy's show, you go back on his show. What's he pay you to go back on the show? He's shaming you. At every stop, he tried to shame you, Gene. Why are you going back on his show? You're broke? Oh, I got a $25,000 chain at $30. What are you going on the show for? You ain't a true mafioso Italian that puts up with that. Yeah. John A. should talk to him. A. Smart guy and would give him sound advice. Well, they're not doing the John and Gene show anymore. I don't know. The guys I knew a lot of guys like that, but somewhere along the line, back in the old days, they got put in check. No matter even if they did have a Ruggiano for an uncle or a great uncle or something like that. Yeah, he gave me a shout out. I was surprised. I didn't have any subscribers or anything. Yeah. He said, yeah, he was a runaround guy. I had 70 subscribers or something. But then I said, well, that could be. I was getting comments on my thing, not the comments like in here, but on my home base for my channel. And he was in there. And he said who he was, and I just thought it was a fright. He says, no, keep doing it. Me and some of the guys, we like watching blah, 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 this and that. And I was like, yeah, you ain't him, because there's so much fraud and tomfoolery and flimflammery going on. And then he come out and said, yeah, well, so thank you, John. You're one of the cooperators that are all right, you're all right. And then they try to discredit what John A. did in the mob on these channels. You see, there's a lot of times where there's people in these families that don't know what captains are making behind the scenes. So just because associates and other high-ranking members might say, they're in the in. But when my godfather was doing hits, only the captain or underboss or the boss knew. It wasn't just common knowledge of what was going on. So there was if information that wasn't just circulated around. So they're trying to say John A. like this or that. Well, because of whatever. He's Albanian, of course, but he was more. He's got pictures in the house he's got pictures at events with the Gaudis. How ain't he in the mix? And people that aren't made into families do hits for the families. Another misconception on MobTube. My godfather was close to the Colombos, but if the money's right, if a Gambino wants a Colombo gone, adios amigo, unless it was somebody very close from childhood with my godfather. He'd say no. And then if somebody refuses to do a hit, then they would get hit. But he wasn't made into that family, and good luck trying to hit him, because he was a genius serial killer. But you hear this stuff on MobTube and Mob Talk, but it's not like it's the information is circulated all through. John A. Light could have done hits that some of the underboss and captains didn't know. It just came from the boss. It just came from the boss. Because there still is a lot of paranoia that goes on. So there's direct orders. And that's the smartest thing, direct orders. Not, hey, Billy, tell Tony to tell Jimmy to tell Mickey to hit somebody. No, Mickey, you want to do some bit, one-on-one. Another misconception. And you get all these doughboy experts out there that think they can tell you something when they weren't even there. Sam had power, the boss here, but he was a underlying captain. So he like Angelo, I don't know if he ever went in the military, like Sammy the Bull went in the military. But if I was in a foxhole, I'd want John A. Light in my foxhole. He was in freaking prisons overseas. He was all over the damn map. Crazy. But yeah, the John and Gene show was a good show, but I don't know, man. I knew a lot of guys like Gene, but they could be, well, they were more violent than him, but they still had better sensibility. However violent, I don't know what he personally did behind the scenes. Well, Doughboy's telling him he had two bodies that weren't hits, so he's discrediting Gene about being a hitman for all this and that. But I don't know about all that. But I knew some violent cats that still had some kind of sensibility that weren't just so nuts. It wouldn't last in the old era. It would never last in the old era. No. But people watch him, and then he gets the views because MobTube wants to watch him go crazy on somebody's show. I like Montiglio. I like him. Vietnam. I like him. A Bad Mama Jamma. I like him. Dominic. Yeah. My godfather knew some of the people. I can't remember who was close to him, but because they used to call him Monty. Monty. My name. They used to call him Monty, and they had somebody else, treacherous. But some of these guys aren't recognizable. Like the whole cast of characters isn't on MobTube. Doughboy, Jeff. It ain't a movie. There's so many other people. There's so many other players that you can't Google Doughboy. Just because they're not recognizable names, Doughboy. There was many out there worse than these recognizable people. Nobody knows my uncle. I'm not my uncle, or my uncle, or no, my cousin and his uncle that were rocking and rolling, or my godfather. They're not recognizable names. Monofusco ain't a recognizable name. You never heard of a Monofusco. But Doughboy, if you haven't heard it, it means it doesn't exist. Yeah. Oh, he was selling his art. Hey, Tara from Seattle, grunge area. We were talking about that earlier. Dominic was selling his artwork until he passed away. Remember, Dominic was doing those videos in his little apartment? I like listening to him. I like listening to him. You know, when you could get a mob guy and a Vietnam guy, mm, very well versed in weapons. Yeah, I don't think he served in the military like Sammy. I don't know how much about his testifying against the mob, but I like come across as one bad mouth. Yeah, you know, yeah, even when he went back to New York in one of those videos. Oh, all right. Yeah. I still know some Vietnam vets to this day. A good friend of mine, Doug, if you're watching, God bless you. Thank you. And yeah, there were there was mobsters that were in the military that did, you know, brief things. Some see back in that era, the 90s, them guys would have been 40 and 50. Some back, I'm 61, so I missed it by like 15 years or whatever. But them guys were the older guys, some of them. Uh, and even back then, if there was something, some of those mobsters were wearing a Vietnam vet. You know, think, oh yeah, God rest them and God bless them. Yeah, he was showing that. It seemed like he was all in close quarters. It was like me. His lighting was bad, but he started showing these. I was like, what? Yeah, it seemed like it was all cluttered, and he had to like, you know, improvise it like me. But yeah, yeah, he had oh yeah, he had cancer. Yeah, he got cancer. That's right. Yeah, jeez. Yeah, these guys art was acceptable, unacceptable back in the fair. Yeah, can you imagine? You graduate from high school like my buddy. He told me he was special forces. He went up there. He told me uh, uh, I rented a little space for half a minute, and he had a big ranch and everything. And he used to tell me these stories. You know, he got the Bronze Star, Purple Heart, all that, Congressional Medal of Honor, all that stuff. And he said, I was getting ready to marry my high school sweetheart after graduation, and I got a letter. Hey, Captain Joe, good to see you, Joe Rufino. The captain is here. Unrecognizable name. Sorry, Joe. Sorry. So I says, well, what happened? He said, my mom said you got a letter from the federal government. He said, I didn't, he had to show a globe of where it was. Wow. The average age of the soldiers in Vietnam was 19. Off to boot camp, Paris Island or whatever, North Carolina, South Carolina, whatever. Off to boot camp, and then go over there. Shoot, fight an enemy you can't see. Ooh. And then come back to America and get booed. Really? Baby killers, child killers, whatever. Really? They're setting all the booby traps and taking out 4 or 5 soldiers. Hey, that's war. That's war. Yeah. Those guys came back home in the 70s from Vietnam. God bless them somewhere. Okay, others had demons they were dealing with, but at least they made it back. God bless those who didn't. Yeah. Some of them were even hooked on the opiates too. Some of them got hooked on drugs. It's a twirly world. The Bonzo, what's going on? I have a photograph of me, H3, with Vietnam hat on holding a China doll. Wow. There was somebody in my family that had one of the rifles with the knife on the end of it. What is that, a bayonet or something? And they would kill the soldiers and take souvenirs off of them or something, you know? Yeah. Man alive. I couldn't imagine going off to war at 18, 19 years old to some country like that. And we're not going to get into the politics of it because that's just too much. That's just too much. Mm. They feed you lies from the tablecloth. La 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 la. System of a Down. The boss. Hey, Moelli, where you been? Tony, I would see them on the street begging for money, homeless and mentally deranged. God bless. Can you imagine that that PTSD? And my buddy did struggle a little, but oh, your cousin's father passed away in Vietnam. Then my uncle adopted her after he married her mom. Oh, all right. Terrible. But they use Mother Nature and booby traps. And then they had the suicide killers. They didn't care. They'd hang from a rope in a tree and then just brrr, brrr, suicide killers. They'd get 9 or 10 soldiers. They were suicide killers. They knew the terrain. They knew the jungle. They knew the jungle like the back of their hands. These teenagers from America didn't know that jungle. They were sitting ducks. Yeah. And he told me some crazy stories, and I was like, I couldn't do that. I was 17. I graduated. I went to business school, and he says, "Oh, you could have did it if you were in that situation and you were forced to." I was like, I don't know. I don't really know, man. I'm from a military family too. My father fought in Korea. My grandfather in the wars. My uncle, all that, got killed. World War, you know. But and I got 2 Army and Navy brothers. But I don't think I could hang. Mm-mm. No. I know that you gotta, you know, he would say there were soldiers that were afraid at first. You know, he said there were some that were afraid, and then when the battle would start and things would happen, and then this killer, uh, they could do it. They could do it. They would go into Rambo mode and start rocking and rolling. But you know, he said some of them were a little sketched out, but then they turned into Rambos and survived. But you know, it's so after that it's survival. You better do something because your buddies are getting hit. Crazy time. Yeah, the razors and strategy. Yeah, imagine that. They tried every trick in the book, but yeah. Look what Biden's done to the military. I don't know. The wise guys served in the military because they were in that era. There was Vietnam, the Korean. There was World War II. Mm-hmm. Everyone is capable, and the government knows it. You remember the tour of duty back in the 80s? Yeah. You know, it wasn't like MASH, you know, like that show, the longest running show that was MASH. You know, unfortunately, casualties of wars, kids, women, is terrible when they're facing an all-out enemy. Who's got the advantage knowing that terrain, setting up trap bombs? Yeah. And then they were holding back us smashing them down. Just wipe them out. So it was political behind all that. Forget about, oh, it's jungle warfare. Just set up your bases and just blast inward and take everything out that's in there. And there's more technology of weaponry. There's that is no, now I this, you know, just I'm guessing that they got such advanced, even during the Vietnam War, that they had the technology that could pinpoint anything that moved from the sky, like Star Wars, like pinpoint weaponry, and eliminate everything. Why are you losing soldiers for no reason when you could just smash them out in 24 hours and go back home? Our government, I mean, it ain't conspiracy theorists and all this and that. They had Puff the Magic. They had stuff that was, I've talked to a lot of people that had clearance. Allegedly. Good show to distract us. Back to Joe Biden. I'm going to win in 2024. He whispers. He's the campaign whisperer. Somebody told him that gets people's attention. I'm going to win in 2024. I'm running and I'm winning. I'm winning. Flush America down the toilet. Oh, well, what else we got in here? Thank you guys for coming in here. 9:36. I should have been at the Red Hot Chili Peppers concert, but nah. They're gonna play two songs. They're gonna play two songs from the old album. I don't want to hear it, unless I'm just being biased. But them tickets, it ain't worth it. His voice is shot. Yeah, good, because that's why I save money. Yeah, it said USA getting sold out. Yeah. Maybe things could get on track. Yeah, I mean, they got to do something with the border. We still got to have fun, though. We got to. Biden said in that Detroit speech, inflation is at its record. How could he say that with a straight face? And by the way, folks, inflation is the lowest it's ever been. Are you on crack or what? Go to the grocery store and the gas pump and tell the people that. We have to have fun while we can. Yes. Politics and all that. Yep. Then and then enjoy and laugh. Go to the beach, go into the waves, and get a tan and go enjoy Mother Nature, whatever you enjoy. This rhetoric and all this other stuff. Put your mind in you'll be playing on tilt. It'll tilt you. Be crazy like me. You don't want to do that. Yeah, if I had the right people. If I had some companionship to go to the beach. With the right candidate. I need a nice vice president. And it ain't Kamala. Yeah, somebody was saying, old friends were saying that they toured somewhere else and they didn't play a lot of the old ones. Wouldn't they know that would be that demographic of people would be guys like me that were, oh, well, they're still selling out just for the name. So they're selling out. So, and then when they come back around the next time, it'll just be crickets. Like Doughboy's channel. Crickets. I gotta get up. I gotta put my coffee on. All right, folks. So this is a good time. bathroom break. We're gonna be here waiting to the wee hours of the morning. So, you know, I gotta put some coffee on, and because they're trying to sell their boring new album, Terror Dose. Terror Dose. Let me get this set up, folks. I'll be right back. I'll be right back. I should have done this before. I should have done this beforehand. What the heck's wrong with me? Now I'm talking to myself. Take a bathroom break. Two minutes. Is it soup yet? I'm going. All right. All right. Holy cow. Sorry about that, folks. You know, I'm sorry about that shit. Go get yourself, yeah. I had to take a bathroom break. Holy cow. If I was in the snow, I could have wrote my first name, middle name, and last name, if you know what I mean. All right. Thank you, Tony Lucas. I know, man. Thanks for jumping in, Yonkers. New York. New York, folks. Go get yourself a drink. I miss the old days. The Who for $20. Yeah. Yeah. It's been a minute. Yeah. That's all. The hell I sit here. There's no sports on. I'm in the market for a bike, but crazy. Life gets crazy. But we gotta hey, Bonnie official edit. You know I'll be here at 2:00 in the morning. I just put a new pot of coffee on. Yeah. We peaked in the 90s as a species. I'm with you on that. Seattle music. I second the motion to make it a law. I got a haircut. That's my big event of the week. You know, when you get older, well, you know, somebody calls me. Hey, listen, Jim. Yeah, well, how's it going? Hey, Jim, I got a haircut. Wow, well, that's great. Wow, that's exciting. You know, yeah, I would SmackDown. Yeah, that's breaking news. Wow, Joe. Wow, me. What a worldly guy you are, man. Got a haircut. Jeez, man, you're living it up over there. Oh well. One of my uncles was a barber to the stars. Well, thank you, Francis. Well, now I'm into my 60s. Flabby. Neck. Could I even make a muscle? I haven't done a push-up in 11 years. Flat. My legs are strong because I walk now. So my legs I walk to Six Flags, 3 miles. So at least I you know, what are you guys drinking? I never was a drinker. I was into more harder stuff that can kill you. But some night I should just get a bottle and just get blottled with you guys. Just get a bottle of vodka. Just, I don't know. I better save what liver I got left. Water tonight, Ivan. Beers last night. Oh, wow. Body official edit. Yeah. Mike's Harder. Orange, 8 ounces. Oh, all right. Yeah, you should, Joe. Would be funny. Tropicana. Yeah, but then I would probably get a strike because I'd be drunk. And then there's some stuff that you can't really say about things, you know. Hey, Constantino, how you feeling? I've been on for an hour and 21 minutes. The skateboarding I watched. Podcast I watched. Drink peanut butter whiskey often. Why does peanut butter stop you from getting thrown up? I remember back in the day when that Long Island iced tea came out and those Alabama Slammers. Like I repeat myself, folks. You know, I'm getting older, like Biden. But, you know, this stuff tastes like Kool-Aid, and it's got 6 shots in it. Yeah. PB flavored, peanut butter flavored. They got so much newfangled stuff out. Tara says peanut butter whiskey? I'd rather have the jelly whiskey. Right? At least there's grapes involved. Where there's grapes, there's alcohol. Long Island. Hard Arizona, and a joint. That's too much. Ain't that something? I told you I got high at the concert last week. I got high on pot. It was like freaking acid. It wasn't the same pot. And I had mad scientist high tech stuff that was revolutionary once upon a time. I was on the front end of that high times picture and everything. But this new age stuff they got out, that's got what, 60% THC in it? They had to pour water on my head at the concert because I thought I was like, I'm tripping watching Third Eye Blind. I was like, and then the young kids, these couples, good kids, and they were like, are you okay? You know, there's, get him some water. And I'm like, I don't know. And then they splashed me and I came back too. I was like, I'm tripping on marijuana. I haven't been high in a million years. You know, since dope 10 years ago. And other than that, I've been pissing spring water. But that stuff they got now, like Charlie Brown's teacher. Remember Charlie Brown, the cartoon? And the teacher used to talk. Wah, 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 wah. Them kids, they're thinking, what did we do to this old man? He's paralyzed. But that's what they sounded like. And I'm like, is this 4-way window pane acid? Hashish. Thai stick back in the day. I literally had a strain of revolutionary hydroponic called the Mad Scientist. And it was very expensive. I sold it very, very expensive. But I would tell the people, don't smoke, you don't roll a joint of it. You'd have to do a one hitter. Joints are out of the question. That Mad Scientist back in the day, So I'd say if you don't don't do it before you go to work. If you got anything responsible you have to do, don't do it because you won't be able to, you know. Do you have the 6 plants legal to grow in New York now? Yeah. Yeah, I used to run. I had to dodge. I had to run and dodge them for so many years. Now it's legal. Everything that's illegal is legal. Yup. Is there anything from Angelo or you can't talk about it? Nah, we ain't gonna go there, Constantino. I got in trouble over that. Some strains are. He's all right though. He's hanging in there. He's hanging in there, the poor guy. I was just trying to show that these other mob channels, of course, they're all ex-rats. And I might like some of them and not like some of them, but they're ex-rats. And I just try to show that here's a guy that didn't rat and he's an old man and he's going to die in prison. But he didn't know that I was doing a show. He didn't know. So it was wrong of me. It was wrong of me to do that. And then I got guys that are trying to, whatever, so that wasn't good. I don't even, I must be losing my mind. Let me go get this coffee together. You guys talk about that pot. And that Sensimilia. All right. All right, folks. I got my drink. It's not good to slurp on a show. Ain't that so annoying? How annoying. I would turn right off. If I was watching somebody and they slurped, I'm running. I try not to slurp. I remember and have to meet in some pretty sketchy parts and houses. Yeah, we got these seeds way back in the day that we ordered from Sweden and Switzerland. And they called it Amanda Bud. Double F. Cheers. Double F. They called it Amanda. It was an Amanda strain. And I knew a botanist and a scientist and proposed, a scientist from a university and a botanist, professionals, and said, try to come up with this. So I sold it and it was labeled The Mad Scientist. The bud was on the cover of High Times back in the day. And then you have to, it was illegal. It was illegal. And hydroponics came out, and one of the same guys worked for a gases place like hydrogen, nitrogen, like these. There's helium and different types of gases that they sell, industrial stuff. And they used to. It was a perfect storm, and would get the gases and something for the environment, the oxygen and all that. And these guys were like true blue scientists. And that stuff, even back then, was probably 25, 27%, I believe, up to 30-some%. They got pot right now. They can make 60% THC. They could make it as high as they want. How high do you want to get? You're going to be tripping on acid. You might as well go do some acid. In Washington, we can't grow, and some stuff at dispensaries has been hotbox. It's not good. Wow. There's always been these Indians sell it on the reservation here. These Indians, they're great botanists. But this kid at the concert showed me, I told you before, he showed me on his phone this plant. It had colors in it. It was unbelievable. And they were smoking the joint. They were smoking the joint off of that plant. So I should have known better. And, I took it. I said, oh, geez, that's nice. I said, I haven't smoked pot in 25, 30 years. So they were like, well, why don't you smoke tonight? And the sun, everything was nice. The environment, everything was in place. So I said, oh, all right. So I kind of weaseled out and I just went, and I went. And they were like, no, sir. Sir. I'm like, the name is Joe. You don't have to call me sir. Sir, you're going to have to hit it a little better than that. I was like, so now the peer pressure, right? I don't want to be a Debbie Downer and weasel out after I smoked more pot than they'll ever smoke if they live 9 lifetimes. So I got to prove myself now because it's peer pressure. I take it, power hit for the little lung space I got left. Another one. Now I'm spazzing. Take it. Now I'm turning purple. How's it going, Journey? Now I'm turning purple, and then I'm stuck in the chair. The music's playing. I'm stuck in the chair. My mind is humming, and I'm thinking, why did I do that? I can't hear that well. So the girl come down. I'm sitting in the chair. They're standing up behind me. The girl kneels down, and she's talking to me. And I can't hear what she's. Your lips move, but I can't hear what you're saying. Sir Drums, how you feeling? So I was in jeopardy. I'm thinking, I'm going to faint. And this is going to look bad. So they put water on me and I snapped out of it. No more pot for me, folks. If I live to 90, another 30 years, I'll smoke a joint on my 90th birthday. Got to be in 30-year intervals. Going good, man. Going back home to Bryan College Station, Texas. 2 weeks. All right. Good luck in your studies. 92% sativa. Bonnie official edit. What are you talking about? I don't know if I'm comprehending that correctly. 92%. They could pick Journey. Sativa pipe. Oh, they're vaping that pot in those things. They're doing it in the casinos. Joe's musical references. What are my musical references? Was I singing something stupid? Oh, the vape cartridge. Holy cow. The vape came out when I got out of the hospital. Then I had to go in inpatient. Then I had to go in a residential house with like a mansion with like 15 other recovering people. And that's when the vape came out. These people were taking these power hits. I had one. And I shouldn't because, well, whatever. And they were taking these hits off of that vape when it first came out. We'd all be sitting in the big room and they'd blow out this cumulus nimbus. Oh, comfortably numb. I think I'm still high. They were blowing out these power hits off of those vapes. And it was a big cumulus nimbus cloud in the living room. I'm going, holy cow. Jeez. Comfortably numb. And I loves in Jeopardy baby song. Hmm? The Bonzo, how you feeling? Comfortably numb? I'm going to get a bottle of Jack Daniels someday and just get smashed out. No, I can't. Getting a little long in the tooth, Joe. The little teeth you got left. Newsflash, I don't have any molars. I don't have any molars. Sucks getting old. JD, yeah. Wow. Years ago, running around, some of the guys, they peer pressure with the wise guys at the clubs. And just for the sake of not getting abused and, come on, they think it's disrespectful if you don't have a drink with them. And then just as, I'll have a rum and coke, at the club, just to spare the abuse because, they're drinking BV and Royal Crown and I have a Pepsi and they think that's no good. So sometimes just to not get punked, and insulted, I'd say, I'll take a rum and coke. Mm. And then sip it and then, drink it, Jojo, drink it. All right. Yeah. Delicious. Constantino, help out the channel. Please donate some money. That's all right. Thank you. Thank you, Constantino. But those people are hanging with me. That I understand that good faith. I understand that in good faith, Constantino. But we're hanging out. We're having fun. There's hard economic times right now, bro. So I'll take the company right now. I'll take the company. That's fine, man. That's fine. But you don't have to do that. Don't put that on there anymore, bro. Thank you for viewing and everything, but don't be telling people to donate. Don't do that, bro. I appreciate good faith and everything, but don't do that shit. All right. That's all. It is what it is. Leave it alone. All right. Let's get back to what we were talking about. Rum and coke. Oh, they had that rum that came out. That's what I was drinking. Not the Bacardi rum. There was another rum. I can't even remember what the hell it was. I can't remember what it was. But I was a lightweight. Well, I had to drive a lot of times for them guys, so I wasn't trying to get a DWI because they would go all over town, and I was the driver. So, Appleton Estates run. No, they had there was another stronger rum big back then. I don't know. Remember they had the vodka and then they had the Absolute vodka? That would absolutely fry your brain out. I can't think of that damn Pink Floyd, Comfortably Numb. Yeah, we got some drinkers in here. Bonnie, did you take Matol? What is that, Bonnie? Some kind of newfangled designer drug? Yeah, I'm not up with the times anymore. Them guys used to the Bahama Mama, especially at the Paradise. Oh wow. Yeah, then they used to have them little shots that were big back in the day. Oh, they were like those Jello shots. Jello shots, whatever the hell those were. I'm all about the vape chronic. Oh, jeez. The official chronic. I lost enough brain cells. I got to try to conserve the few I got left. Remember, I was dead for a long time. I'm not even supposed to have any neurotransmitters or brain cells left. So, trying to conserve the few I got left. I am starting to be a little bit more forgetful about things, but I could try to hang in there a little bit. And they got they got supplements and they say, oh, this could improve your. It's gibberish, okay? There's gibberish. That's just gibberish. Oh, the supplement for this or that can improve. No, it's gibberish. Not in neuroscience or neuro brain. No, there's nothing that. Mm-mm. When you hit the slippery slope, you're like a downhill skier, and it's a slippery slope, and you can't arrest it. Take this and take that. Yeah. No, don't. Your memory will come back when you realize how much money you spent on it and goes, geez, I remember I spent $17 on 2 ounces of this garbage. Yeah, your memory will come back when you see your credit card bill. No, these guys, no, these were gigantic. You literally could lay on the beach with the long. Oh, yeah, they were doing that. They were doing that on the Harbor Bay Beach Club down there. They were putting that tube with the, like you put the oil, the funnel. They had the funnel with the tube right into your mouth. I went to the beach club with the wife. He did that. He didn't make it home. He slept in my car. He wasn't coming in me. I was too paranoid. He wasn't going to come in my house. Yeah, he was doing that long tube with the funnel on top and guzzling all that liquor. I forgot about that tube with the funnel. You know how you put oil in your engine, the oil with the funnel. They connect a tube to it, raise it up, and they stick the tube in your mouth, and they just pour until. Thank you, Bonnie. Have a good weekend. Have a good night. Thank you, big fat bass man. I would get Francis. You'd be a lot of fun. You'd be a lot of fun. If I was hanging with you, I would drink with you. But you'd have to put me in a straitjacket first, though. All right. Grease is the word. Peace, love, Banak, and Grease. Wow. Big fat bass man. I would get smashed. Yep. Yeah, down in Florida. Well, my brother had a bar in his house. He had a full-fledged bar. He had a real nice estate. And holy cow. I tried to keep up a couple times just for the fun of it, but lightweight. No. We don't participate in those indulgences anymore. We did enough for 40 people. We reached our quota and said enough's enough. Pass the baton to some younger folk. They can rock and roll. Because yeah, and then people drive and all that. Man, how do people risk that? Even if you're over the limit, just if people gonna party, get a designated driver or party at your house or no driving. Or if you're taking other types of illicit drugs that could impair you, don't save yourself, somebody else, because no good. No good at all. Well, thanks for stopping by, Bonnie. I know you're gone. You made it out alive, Tara. They're partying hard up there in the Northeast. They're partying real hard over there. You made it out alive. Ecuador, hold the phone. 1991. They got the poppy there and the opiates. And the soldiers. We're almost approaching 2 hours. I don't know. Has this gone on a little long? You guys want to pull the plug or what? We got 10 in here. We got 11. I met the damn president in Ecuador. Who was that? Muammar Gaddafi? Oh no, he was Libya. He used to do interviews on a tractor. He was the president of. They would come in the news would interview him. He'd be on a tractor. Very ruthless man. Ecuador. That was 33 years ago. So you're in your 50s, Tara. Sir Drum, keep it going. It's Friday night. Oh, there. Well, Sir Drum says it. Well, I gotta hang in there, folks. I gotta hang in there. And earlier, I know I might get some messages later because of Gene Borrello. I might get these messages from these other, whatever. Gene, I don't mean any disrespect, okay? Don't go on that guy's channel. That's all. You're a grown man, and I know it's not my place to tell you what to do, but you're muddying up the waters. You're just muddying up the waters, bro. If you got these other projects that you got coming up, what are you going on there? The charade is over. The theater is over, and it all blew up. You sit there and let that guy disrespect you like that? You're supposed to be Italian mafiosa gangster? Don't sell out to a bum like that. Don't sell out. You could reply in my thing on my home thing. You could reply all you want. That ain't a mob move. That ain't a mob move. My sister-in-law lives beside Costa Rica, whom is always in the casino. So funny. Oh wow. Yeah, Mob 2 is crazy. Theater and soap opera. Theater and soap opera. I like Mike Francese's political views, but they turn it all into garbage for social media. You got them guys telling whatever they're telling. Then you got the Sheriff Doughboy. It's a cluster F. That ain't the mob. And then the John and Gene show was good. But Gene is doing that over with the Doughboy. And he's just, it ain't good. It ain't good. That ain't a gangster move, bro. That's not a gangster move. You type before seeing that so far. You guys are on the same wavelength. Yep. You guys are operating on the Matrix. Yeah. Constantino. Yeah, that's, I think you're correct there because they're doing some crazy stuff over there, and it ain't right. It ain't right. That ain't right. He played that game with Sammy the Bull Gravano until Sammy the Bull had enough. He'll never. I don't think Sammy the Bull will sell out for any money that he gives him anymore. So I think he's done with him. Yeah. I gotta agree with you, Constantino, because they think it's like theater and this, and then they take it too far and they want to get ratings. But these guys were mob hotheads, and it ain't good. It's just not good to do that kind of shit. I mean, I'll be very surprised if I see Gene on the Doughboy show again. I'll be very surprised. It ain't. No way. No way. It got real bad. Doughboy took the video down because before Gene got graphic, before he got graphic and was saying some real things, he was saying the same kind of stuff I was saying I don't know if the poor guy was drinking beforehand or not. Doughboy asked him if he was drinking, even, I believe, but he said a lot of the things that I was saying about, you get your information, and then Doughboy's trying to correct Gene. Gene was there. Gene was on the spot where these things occurred, and Doughboy was trying to be cute and trying to shame him and punk him, and then he went nuts, and then it ended. Yeah, yeah, it's just crazy. Sammy the Bull and Ellen Kaiser. Yeah. Why don't he just tell Google his stuff to Google, man? Google your stuff, do what you do, and just leave it at that. Forget about interviewing rats and then being aggressive with these guys. You got to pay the guys, and then you say, "Well, I'm gonna talk a little smack. Here's the money, but I'm gonna talk a little smack, and we'll get some ratings." Well, it went off the rails. So Sammy the Bull is done with that guy, and Gene should be done with the guy, unless Gene's broke and he needs that money from the Doughboy. Then Gene must be broke. If Gene Borrello goes back on the Doughboy show, he's broke. There are no Netflix projects or VLOT interviews or anything else like that. That would mean that he's broke. I mean, there's a small chance I might be wrong, but why would you go on there where a guy's disrespecting the mob, Italians? That's your culture. The guy is disrespecting your culture. You sell out for $1,000 or 500. Don't make no sense. No gangster would do that. No gangster. Yeah, a sheriff. I will backtrack and get caught up. Sounds intriguing. Mm-hmm. Better yet, go to church and hand out the basket. I hope he doesn't see him in the streets, not going to. Well, that last falling out he did with Sammy the Bull Gravano, he was cute. He prodded him. Sammy told him before in the prior theatrics, don't do it anymore. But Doughboy thought he would be he's a gangster wannabe, and he just wants to tell his friends, I punked Sammy the Bull Gravano on, well, no. You burn that bridge. You're done with Gene, most likely. Who else you gonna interview? Some low-lying fruit, some other no-namers from some of the families. Who are you gonna interview? Who are you gonna interview after that? The janitor of the club? Who are you gonna interview? He thinks it's theater. He thinks he's real cute. He just thinks he's real cute with all that shit. Just Googles. If he Googles and it doesn't match the narrative, then he knows. He knows. He's in the Amish land with plow horses, but he knows what the gangsters were doing in 1989. Yeah, okay. Yeah. He knows what the gangsters were doing. He was there. He Googled something and it didn't match. Oh, really? That's what you got. That's what you got. Are these ex-gangsters that broke that they need that little money that he gives them? Are they that broke? Now, gangsters are supposed to be very perceptive and sharp and have some scruples and be real keen on this. If you watched the guy for 2 minutes, you'd say, I'm not. If you watched his introduction and you were a gangster, you'd stay away from the guy like a plague. So these are really failed gangsters. Oh, they had a big name. They're failed gangsters that got caught and cooperated. Real gangsters that didn't get caught, they'd stay away from the guy like the plague. Yeah, Constantino. Sammy went off. Then he does it. I got to do it. Yeah. He's got to do it. He prods and prods and prods. Then the guys go crazy. He goes, oh my, oh geez, why did he say this? Oh dear, he's getting up. What is that? Oh geez, he said this. You're prodding the guy, trying to stir something up. The guy told you don't talk about it before you went on the air, and then you do it because you think you're cute, because he wants conflict for the views, and it's been working, but it's over. It's over. You should have massaged it and kept it going. Massage, kept Sammy. Okay, we'll say this. We'll talk about this on the show. You should have massaged it. And Gene, you should have massaged it. Now they're gone. Who are you going to get now? Yeah. Yeah, Tara, you're right. You're right, Tara. That show will be like the plague for any gangster to want to go on there. It'll be like the plague to entertain, to go on that platform. Any real wise guy would know. Why entertain that? But most of them cooperated, and now they want some free money from the guy. So homeboy gets a free pass to talk smack to him until the gangsters still got gangster craziness in them, and then they're done with the guy. Yeah. Sammy will be haunted for the rest of his days. Yeah. They think, a lot of it is theater, but you got to remember that you're prodding an animal. You're prodding an animal, just like when the snake bit the guy, and the guy said, why'd you do that? I thought we were on good terms. And the snake said, you knew I was a snake. That's all. Well, I thought we were getting along. Everything was, no, you knew I was a snake, didn't you? So, Francis, you want to go crazy. Oh. Yeah, and Alan Kaiser, mother, contacted me when I did that video about Sammy the Bull. She was very nice and everything. Like I said before, can you imagine when all of a sudden somebody says, oh, Sammy the Bull Gravano's got a YouTube channel? What? How did, and I did a video, and she said, thank you, blah, blah, blah. And she sent me the news article, God bless you, Mrs. K, if you're watching. He looks haunted. Sammy will be. What do you guys? Am I missing? Oh, the Crypt Keeper. Wow. The boy is gonna be sorry when he getting. Maybe I look at these things from a different lens, but they wouldn't have these if social media and all that stuff came out back in the 80s and 90s, or like strong, them guys wouldn't have no channels. You could hide anywhere you want, New York or in United States. Mike Franzese waited till everybody was dead or in jail, and he took off to La La Land. Yeah. Hey, Mario, how you feel, buddy? Mr. Mendez. So they all waited till the coast is clear, and then they started popping up like weeds on YouTube. I was surprised when Mike did it, because he had all that money. Why would you want to show your face on the... Why? For what? He's not smart enough. Yeah, he should not be allowed a channel after that. Yeah, why would... They got to watch him tell that, and you think he would have been barred. Not to mention all the other hits from all the whatever it is, it's controversial of how many actual hits and all that. But those family members, they got to watch him. But he's got that kind of thing. But Mike Franzese, I don't understand why he would. He's a real thinking guy. So he's got a fortress over there in La La Land, but I don't even, see, like they're in hiding, like Sammy the Bull and Mike, they're in hiding. See, they can't even walk the streets in their older years. The big gangsters on YouTube. You can't even walk the streets of Brooklyn. Big tough guy gangsters on YouTube. You won't. They wouldn't be in jeopardy, I don't think. But the two biggest social media mob channels, they're in hiding. They're in hiding. They ain't the tough guys in the mob. They don't represent the mob. They don't represent the true mob. They're a half. They're a half percenters. They're the half percenters. They're just enigmas that got name recognition. That's all. And two of the biggest rats on planet Earth. Like you guys all know, Mike Franzese was on speed rat in front of the Senate Judiciary Committee on Organized Crime. He gave everybody up. That's Mike. That's him. Yeah. These are mob heroes. The biggest rats that the mafia ever saw. They got the biggest social media channels. But they're in hiding. Geez, I wonder why they're hiding. Tough guys. Tough guys, huh? Talk all that smack from a cave and all that, and then talk all that other gibberish from a fortress. There's them old gangsters still walking in Philly and New York that might have done some things like that. They still walk around. Whatever happens. They're 65, 75 years old. They're still men. If somebody smashes them, they get smashed. They just, whatever happens. They don't hide in caves. Gibberish. I visited my old haunt some years ago in Brooklyn, but it was depressing because don't look the same, Sir Drums. I've been through there a couple of times. Ain't the same. Cesspool. The old days, they had those neighborhoods. They try to infiltrate these neighborhoods back in the old days with gibberish and bull crap. They wouldn't make it halfway down the block. It's all over. It's over. I've been with it down there a couple times since. Even in the early 2000s, it was changing. My uncle and cousin were still like, time to move out. Time to move out and go out to Long Island. Oh well. Look at that family, Joe. Shame. Yeah, it's social media is crazy. Yeah, the early 2000s. Back then, people were in the streets and the neighborhoods and stuff, and there was still a sense of respectability going through the neighborhoods. And then you see some of the new element that goes through there, disrespecting certain things. They wouldn't have made it. They wouldn't try it back in the day. It was just common knowledge. Everybody had their areas, and it stayed like that. But then it turned into a shit show. And then anybody that had any little money around it, they went to a better neighborhood. I mean, I don't know, Staten Island, Long Island. I don't know. I mean, raise the rent. Raise the rent. But it is what it is. I get along with all races. I had friends from every race, best friends from every race. But people just knew in that demographic, in that geographical area, that would just be the way it was. And it wasn't like they were hating on each other, but it was just the way life was. It wasn't trying to be racist or things like that, but it was just an assumed given. But you go walking down the block blaring some freaking crazy music and whatever, disrespecting the neighborhood, you ain't gonna make it. Nobody. Well, whatever race you are, you ain't gonna come. Whatever nationality, anybody coming through there disrespecting anybody. Even Italians, if there's crazy Italians walking through in the Italian neighborhood, crazy Italians trying to disrespect, acting all crazy. There's parents and mothers. There was respect. Children and mothers, people trying to do whatever race or nationality you are, you're not going to make it through there. It's just disrespect. Making noise and commotion and gibberish and all that stuff in the street. To me, whoever's doing that is just like saying F you to the neighborhood. That's just an implied F you to the neighborhood. No matter what your ethnicity is, you're just giving a F you to the neighborhood, and you're making noise and commotion and acting all crazy. That's just like telling the people in the neighborhood, F you. You ain't gonna make it to the next block. You're not. Mr. Anderson, how's it going? We've talked about everything under the sun. I've just eclipsed 2 hours. It's only 10:30 on a Friday night. I don't know how long I can go here. I think I did a 4-hour bid one time. I think I did a 4-hour bid last week or 2 or 3 days ago. What else we got? We had Brooklyn in the house. We had Yonkers in the house. Canada in the house. Let's see who. Excuse me. Coffee. Seattle. Tara. Yeah. Let's see. Oh, yeah. Texas in the house. Texas. Yeah, thank you, Journey. Sagittarius, I'm a Cancer. Happy birthday, Jimmy, tomorrow. Happy early birthday, Jimmy. Happy birthday. A lot of birthdays in July. I love you, brother. So, yeah. What else we got? I don't have any wine I could sell you. The links are in the description. Today it's a free-for-all. Yeah. Holy cow. I think yeah, any good horse racing lately? You read my mind. Yeah, the Mohawk, the North American Cup that they have for the harness horses, that's coming up. The Meadowlands Pace is coming up in August. The biggest races. Wish I had a car still. Yes, sir. Do you have any stories from back in the day from Texas? No, all that it was a network for those people carrying in from Florida. Thanks for the tips. Mm. Yeah, Texas ran their own show. Texas had their own Texas had their own gigs. They had them Texas Rangers, they do what they do. They do what they do down there. Well, whoever was embedded with the Mexican cartels and all that stuff, they kept that to themselves. I don't think the mob could infiltrate that. They could get that later, but they probably weren't in on smuggling that stuff in. I guess they had tunnels that went right underneath the border. They had elaborate tunnels that went right under the border to ship to bring in a lot of their drugs. And the tunnels would lead it right up into a drug house that they would have. Why not? They're making millions and millions of dollars. Now you just carry it over the border. Now, just bring whatever you want in. Just bring it in. That's all. No tunnels anymore. No more tunnels. Crazy. Yeah. They might even throw you a freaking Happy Meal when you make it over the border. Oh yeah, they will. They'll give you a check, and a place to stay. You could bring drugs in, get a monthly check, and get wow. Might even get a voter's card. Yeah, you're right, Constantino. He took it down because it all backfired. It all backfired. Constantino, he took it down. You could only prod too much. They had theater going for views. They had the theater going. And of course he paid the guy. But then it got derailed because it's only got a certain shelf life when you're doing crazy stuff like that. And he ambushed me. He ambushed me because I was talking to a guy that didn't cooperate. He has to pay rats to go on the show, and he ambushed me because I'm talking to a guy that from prison that didn't cooperate. So he got bent out of his mind. Done changing them diapers. Stupid. Just Google history about the mobs and then just do whatever you want to do. That's all. You're not faring that well with the real gangsters over there. You already got Sammy the Bull PO'd. You now Gene. That's it. That's it. Better come up with some new juice. Come up with some new juice. Who are you going to interview? Some low-lying captains for some the only thing that left is the low-hanging fruit of some other wise guys that cooperated, and maybe you could throw them a couple hundred and you could interview them, and then you can be aggressive on them and try to carry on that charade. But other than that, then there's not going to be any more of that low-hanging fruit, and then it's just going to be crickets. And just keep Googling mob history and do whatever you do. But that aspect will be dried up. Because I know guys that were running around this and that. They don't want to come do any, they don't want to. And Rick P, if you're watching, thank you. I'm glad you approve this. Thank you for approving. And, I'm just a little channel doing this. And thank you. Thank you, sir. That's all. I know that was wrong what I did with Ant, but you know, other guys won't go on these platforms. They won't go on these platforms. The idea was remain anonymous. I thought it was a secret fraternity. Jeez. Even if they're 80 years old, they still don't want to be in that mix. That's foreign to them guys. That's foreign. Unless you're a rat, then you go on and you get paid, and these channels will pay you, and you go on and do all them charades, and that's that. And the rats have immunity. Then the rats have immunity, so they can tell whatever they can say whatever they want to say. So that's all. All your mob channel guys have immunity. Why? Because they ratted. They were failed gangsters. You don't have to be a rock. But I'm not saying that they can't still be entertaining and put out good content. They got a lot more subscribers than me, but I'm just saying in the mob world, that's what it is. Common sense. That's all. It's easy to see. Whether you got 1 million subscribers or one, it doesn't change anything. It's still the reality and it's still the facts. That's all. Mike said he's out of stories. He's out of stories. You could call yourself a mob boss again. Maybe I like his political views. Right off into the sunset, right off into the sunset and enjoy the rest of your years. Well, how much more money do you want to make, bro? Come on, man. Don't you want to go back to Bensonhurst and have that nice sub from that old Italian sub shop? Don't you want to go back there and eat from those nice delicatessens? They don't have that in California. Go back to New York and go check things out and have a little fun. Gee. They ain't the real gangsters. They ain't the real gangsters. They're big YouTube gangsters, but they're not real gangsters. Yeah. Oh, they got another big race tomorrow. I think that Didia is racing. Didia. That's supposed to, they were touting that from Saratoga. Oh, I wish I had my car. Boy, I want to go to Saratoga for the thoroughbred horse racing. What a beautiful venue that is. Jeez. Well, I'll get back on track. That's all. I still enjoy. Just wake up and you enjoy. That's all. So what else we got in here, folks? Two hours and 18 minutes. Francis, did you bail out? Well, it's almost 11 o'clock on a Friday. That's still early for a lot of people. But a lot of times I watch TV to 1 and stuff, 1 in the morning or this or that. I really was planning on going out to Saratoga this year. Park my car and sleep in it, because if you want a room, you're going to have to pay $400 a night. Put a pillow in the back seat. I'll be all right. And then go to the McDonald's bathroom and clean up. Years ago, I went down to Belmont or Aqueduct. I think Aqueduct. And a friend I knew, the movers and shakers, I still have time for nonsense. Francis is still in here. And I got there. I was doing something, and I got there early or whatever. I was in the middle of a finagle, and a kid whose father was a sports writer and a horse columnist. He was a real eccentric guy, a really good handicapper, could pick horses. There's no cars in the parking lot. I pull up next to this car. I didn't even know whose car it was. I got out and I looked, and he was sleeping in the back seat of his car. I knocked on the window. I was like, "What are you doing there?" It's like, "You're sleeping in the car." He's like, "Yeah, well, I go wash up." I was like, "Oh, geez, you know, you don't want to pay that $250 a night? Gets a little steep. You can't blow that money on a nice room. That's gambling money. How dare you blow gambling money? That money's designated for gambling, not your comforts. Do you have any signed copy of your book? I could get one. I'll send you one, Sir Drums. Go on Facebook, give me an address. I'll send you one for free. Oh, thank you, Joel Gold. Just give me the address, Joel Gold. It's a good read. I'll send it to you. My name on Facebook, Monte. I'll send it to you for free. It's like, because on Amazon, that's the link in the description is through it's just through Amazon. So when you buy off the link off of Amazon, they just send it to your house, of course. But I have books here in my place. I have books here that I just, whatever. Oh, did you, Sir Drums? Are you Sir Drums on there? I don't know. Thomas Kurzeppa. Tom, you got a flat earth here in the chat. Joe, you ever look into any conspiracies? Yeah, there's a lot of conspiracies out there. Some legitimate, some not legitimate, but political conspiracies are good. UFO conspiracies, the traditional ones. Well, I'll look into that, Sir Drums. You've been good to me on here. You've helped me out. Yeah, it's like $9 on. It's like I think it's $9 on Amazon. Yeah. Joseph Monty. Yeah. Was the moon landing all staged? Was the moon landing staged with the shadows and all that? Yeah, yeah. I'll tell you, they're the puppet masters. They're the puppet masters, that's for sure. Straight up puppet masters, Oh, thank you, Sir Drums. Thank you, bro. Go to Facebook. I'll send it to you. There's a post office right down the street from here. Yeah, good as done, bro. I'll send it to you. Thank you, Sir Drums. Yeah, you needed some therapy? Yeah, we all need some therapy once in a while. Try to get things, sorted out and everything, There's nothing wrong with that. Life gets crazy. The woman's makeup, a diet works effortlessly, a hangover prevention pill. Oh boy. Yeah. There's a lot of the conspiracy theories traditionally and everything. Right down to the origins of man, even biblical debates and how a human being came to be a human being, just evolution, the missing link, and then Darwin and all these other things and all, JFK was not said TV, but the Zapruder film came out 13 years after the events. Evolution law. Yeah, I mean, when you got the media back then, you remember you only had three networks and major newspapers: ABC, NBC, and CBS. So they're just spoon feeding a population. And in California, they were doing tests on psychological testing on people, and some of it coming from even Marxist um, blueprints, communist blueprints, and everything like that. Thank you, Sagittarius Journey. Thank you. I really appreciate that. I appreciate that. Oh, MK Ultra. This Krzepa, man, you know, you see what happens. We like to say, Thomas, we like to say conspiracy theories, because traditionally there was bizarre things. And thank you, Tommy. And when you have a population, Americans, and you have ABC, NBC, and CBS, and then you might have the New York Times, the LA Times, and print media. So you can slowly, there was the dumbing down of America that still exists today. I wrote a paper on that in college a million years ago. In the 80s, the dumbing down of America was already in play. So we could just turn into consumer robots, and like the sheep getting led to slaughter. And they're supposed to think for us, because we're not capable of being, we can't think. So we need politicians. We need to vote for politicians that can think for us. So sometimes this is a free country, free America. So we put politicians that are supposed to speak on our behalf for what the citizens want, but that turns into a rodeo. But you can have a Marxist leader that might be doing better for their country, but that's under the term Marxism or socialism. But with those terms, socialist, it sounds like a swear word. Marxism sounds like a swear word. Yeah, there were some rogue leaders and things, but we think America is free thinking and all this and that. But our political system, which it looks like today, is really whacked out. So it's not a conspiracy theory. There was a lot of conspiracy theories, but a lot of them are just facts. They are just facts. The political apparatus can't say, oh, that's just political conspiracy theory. These are just concrete facts that aren't debatable. They're just black and white facts. So traditional things that could be called conspiracy theories are just concrete facts. They can't play word games. They can't play psychological warfare. They can't do any of that. They studied how to mind control. They studied all that. What do you think about Biden getting 20 years younger? I watched him do that speech tonight on in Detroit. Oh my gosh. He did the speech. He did a speech yesterday, and Blinken and those other clowns were sitting there. And Thomas, he called Blinken Donald Trump and didn't even realize he called it Donald Trump. Blinken was sitting there with them other clowns, and he went, time to get out of here, boys. Yeah. And the donors, they had that 90 million ready to go to the Democratic campaign committee and all that. The donor said, no, we want to rub elbows. We've got to see him in person. All these donors, these millionaires and billionaires, all they want is a picture. They'll donate everything they got. They just want a picture with the president because they just get off on that shit. They said, no, we're freezing that donation. Thank you, Sir Drums, and thank you, Sagittarius Journey. I seen things that can't be explained, so I know something is out there. Yeah, I thought I witnessed some things. I did a video, I think, 2 years ago when I was coming down Route 5 out there, and there was all kinds of stuff going on in the sky. Like, then you listen to the State of the Union, and he doesn't miss a word. Punctuations and pronunciation perfect. They got him jacked up with you know what they're jacking him up with. Not conspiracy theory, jacked up. I'm an ex-doper. A doper, no doper. It's an easy tell. God forgive me. But that's all. Then you listen to this. Now they got Obama and Clinton in a twirly world, and it's damage control, and Kamala and Jill, what's going on? It's that's politics, but I never thought our country could get it. All it is just showing you that there's just higher forces at play that are running our country. The puppet masters. They're the traditional billionaires that are international and all that. Hey, thank you. The Bonzo way. You got a month. Thank you, the Bonzo. So nice to chat you. One of our articulate class. Thank you. Hey, we talk about everything in here. It's a talk show. It's a talk show. Oh, are you leaving, Tara? If you leave me now, you take away the biggest part of me. Thank you, Thomas, Tara. Ooh, Tara, now please don't go. Chicago. Remember? Thank you guys for helping me out here. I'm going on 2.5 hours. I am the hardest working YouTuber out there. This ain't a mob channel. This ain't a mob channel. I like to get into some cool discussions. I'm well versed in many fields of knowledge. I'd like to believe. I do have brain damage because I went nuts with that shit years ago. But I'm alive again. You know, I got some little something left. Oh, you have to go find your cat? All right. The cat's in the cradle and the silver spoon. Tara, the cat's in the cradle. I might lose all my viewers all at once. Thank you, Sagittarius Journey. We're going to take a journey through the constellations. Paul Constellation. Paul Castellano. Paul Constellation. Yeah. I hope you find your cat. I hope you find your cat. Thank you, Tara. Thank you, everybody. It's a laid-back show. I do audience participation, and it's your show. It's your guys' show. The Bonzo's been in here. He knows that. Thomas is new on here. That 9/11 too close to home for a comment. I didn't see that. It's a shame. That's all it's a shame. You know, I mean, it's it ain't that hard to for economic indicators and certain things, and economics and those types of things shouldn't be that hard when you've had 200 years to try to get it right, as our country is 250 years almost, you know. Mm, they should they should run a smoother machine by now. But there's so many lobbyists and everything. You got Nancy Pelosi. She's over there going crazy. Chuck Schumer for New York State. These are dinosaurs that just look at their stock portfolios. Hmm? Look at their stock portfolios. They turned New York State into a dumpster state when there should be state of the great thinkers and everything else. Everybody's leaving New York State like rats on a sinking ship. They're fleeing from New York State. Enough's enough. This shitbox they turn it into. How do these politicians get elected? Hmm. They're saying the next gubernatorial race is a lot closer now. New York's just the embedded Democratic, embedded. Uh, I'm not a Democrat or Republican. Traditionally, when I was little, we were Democrats, but I just as a bystander viewing it, just trying to weigh out what is happening. You just want to be naive or stubborn and go, well, I'm just a Democrat, so I just gotta stick with the guy, you know. Well, why? Can't the people expand their minds and just vote for a candidate that might be better for them and our country and domestic affairs, foreign affairs, economy, and inflation, energy? Why doesn't that determine uh, why some of these robot knuckleheads just if you don't like somebody, then you're just going to vote for somebody else because you don't like somebody else? The dumbing down of America, folks, and it's getting worse. It's insane. It's insane. It's insane. Biden went up there and said inflation is at its lowest rate ever. What planet does he live on? Reading off the thing. All this gibberish. And they're cheering in Detroit. They're cheering at the rally. They're cheering. They're cheering him on. Yeah, well, what is this? Theater? I'm not a whole Trump lover or anything like that. But he runs the country like a business. I like policies. Policies. That's what I like. Good, strong policies. Curtis Sliwa was running for New York City. Sometimes I think you're right, Mr. Anderson. The two-party system. You got the two-party system, and then you got the higher trillionaires that want to divide you. He's good, he's bad, and then they're laughing all the way to the bank, and they're getting richer. The poor are getting poorer. There's no middle class, so then they make the poor want to go vote so they could keep their entitlements, and then eliminate. You know what I mean? The socioeconomic division of classes, separation of classes. The puppet masters. I don't care if you put Charles Manson up there. If he's running some good policies and everything is going good, that's good enough. But they turn everything into theater and they turn people into emotional voters. They're emotional voters. So go to the grocery store and get ringed every week. Go to the gas pump and get ringed. But because you don't like a guy, you'll just take it in the keister because you don't like another guy and you accept some bum. Well, then go ahead. Go ahead. Before long, your credit cards are going to be run out, which credit card debt is gone crazy. Credit card is gone nuts. Everybody's maxed out. Savings, there's less savings in America. Uh, the money, the cumulative money in people's bank accounts is exhausted. Thus, what do you use after your money's gone in the bank? Credit cards. That's shot. Numbnuts is up there saying there's no inflation and everything's running good. Like, how stupid could Americans be? And his advisors got him reading this shit off a prompter, and they're clapping. Yay, in Detroit. That cesspool state. Yay, in Detroit, they're clapping. Rot on the vine. And that demographic is lower economic citizens. They're getting hit the worst. They're feeling the brunt of inflation the most. That economic demographic, they're cheering. Yay, yay, yay. They're cheering because they don't like Donald Trump. They're cheering for this clown. Yay, yay, yay. They don't have any disposable income. They don't have enough to pay their bills. And they're applauding. Yay, yay. We hate Donald Trump. We'll take this clown. We'll take him. They're applauding. The dumbing down of America at its finest. Yeah. You have 12 party in Denmark. Wow. Yeah. And I saw him in Detroit. When they started yelling and saying things, man, I thought yeah. Last night he called Blinken. He called Blinken, that other whatever you want to call him. He called him Donald Trump. He called Blinken Donald Trump. They're applauding. Yay! Yay! Ooh! Holy cow! You got froze. Oh. Forgive me, God, forgive me. But geez, yeah, they were applauded. Blinken sitting there with the guy. He went, I can't believe he just said that. We got to get out of here. Holy cow. I wonder what he's going to call you next. Holy cow. He called them Kamala Harris Donald Trump too. Now, of course, dementia and Alzheimer's and all that. Yes, that's bad. That's bad. That's bad. I've witnessed it. It's bad. Someone close to me just is starting to struggle with that. And it's bad. It's bad. It's a bad thing. But get this bum out of here. Put him in a home and just let him chill out. The gig is up. Holy cow. Yeah, he's one leg in. Yeah, he said Vice President Trump. Oh my God. This is terrible. I mean, geez. What the heck? This is the United States of America? Jill Biden's been running it. Here's your ice cream. After the debate, they were showing the Democratic side of it. She's standing there like trying to be a high school cheerleader. This Jill, she's trying to be a high school cheerleader. He's in the back looking at the wall. It was sad. Jill, take your husband home. The gig is up. The poor guy standing back there looking into the stratosphere. After that debacle. Are you that sick, Jill? Put him in the car and get him home. You continue in that charade what happened at the debate. And they're applauding. What is it? Oh, but all the people emptied out. They emptied out. The Democrats that were still left there, they exited stage left. They were like, enough's enough. Nice try, Jill. But look, the guy standing back there like this doesn't know what happened. He was having an episode. And it's like, you see how demented, because they got everything freaking rigged they're so used to decades and decades of everything being rigged. And that's why her stupid ass was still up there trying to pull it off after that debacle a half hour earlier, because they're so rigged. They're so programmed into everything being rigged that they could pull this craziness off. Even after that debacle a half hour earlier, she's up there, yay, 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 yay. And the crowd is diminishing, going, this is, we're trying to pull it off. That's just a little too much. They had the Democrat rally last night, still they had it tonight. The governor wasn't there. The Democratic dignitaries weren't there. They didn't show up at the Biden rally in Detroit. All the Democratic dignitaries, they didn't come. Because the other politicians are still trying to gain ground in the House and the Senate. They don't want to attach their cart. It's over. Those dignitaries are going to be running for their own political race. They're going to have their own election. They don't want to lose any more face. It's bad enough with the Democratic Party. So they didn't show up to Biden's rally in Detroit. They're like, They had some low-lying whatever. Joe was reading and all that, and he's like, listen. Yeah. Then he does the whisper. Where'd he get the whisper? There's no inflation. Inflation is 2%. Where'd he get that? What advisor, sometime back in the 1970s or the 1960s, where these psychologists and stuff were trying to, how to impress things onto a population, how to skew thinking. Somebody back then, he's been around a million years, somebody said, hey, when you whisper, you'll win an election because they'll listen closer. So he's still implementing that to this day, and then he does the old whisper. There is no inflation. There is no inflation. Whoa. It pisses me off, but it's still sad. Like humanitarily, it's just an old man struggling. It's Jill's fault. Get him out of there. She wants the power and all this and that. Doctor. Yeah, doctor. Yeah, okay. You're a doctor. Yeah, okay. You're a doctor. And I'm an astronaut. I'll be taking the same spaceship that your husband's taking at midnight tonight. Yeah. She didn't take him home. She perpetuated that disaster at that debate. That's how stupid they're used to Americans being. Because they've had a free ride for decades. So she didn't stop to think twice that was a bad idea. Hey, Michael Condinas, how you doing? I'm in the middle of another marathon. We've talked about everything under the sun. But Biden was at the rally, the Detroit rally, and it didn't look good. That didn't look good either. He was calling everybody Donald Trump last night. He was calling everybody Donald Trump. That wasn't Donald Trump. And they were, he called Blinken Trump. And he called Kamala Harris Trump. Why don't they impose the 25th Amendment and get him out of there? You know what he said tonight? I'm in it to the end. Hey, Bubblehead 699, good to have you in here. Trump 24, Make America Mega. He said, I'm winning. He got up there and said, I'm winning, and I'm staying to the end. What? It's already a slaughter. The delegates that they're, well, we can't even, because that gets, for the convention, there's certain policies and protocol that have to be in order. And before that window closes, it's got to be in order. But the Dems are trying to change it. But he's up there at these rallies saying, I'm winning. I'm into the end. I'm staying into the end, because his wife is telling him that. His wife is telling him that. Unbelievable. Oh my gosh. She couldn't take him home after that debate and put him to bed and get him some good rest after that disaster. She didn't look at him. She didn't look at him as a sympathetic wife, as any wife that would have witnessed her husband struggling like that. She didn't look at it like that. She went to the Democratic show 10 minutes later and did a little freaking pep rally like a cheerleader. And he was standing back there looking into outer space. Take him home. You just witnessed that slaughter disaster at the debate. Take him home. Where's her head at? Dr. Jill, where's her head at? Dr. Zeus? What? You think I'm crazy? I'm going to go freshen my coffee up. So if you guys are drinking alcohol, go do a couple shots before I come back. One second. 1 second, folks. Settle in for another hour. Sorry about that. I apologize. What can you do? I'm sorry. Is there anybody left? Please forgive me. I'm sorry. More coffee, because I got people in here. We got to rock and roll. That's all. But I was thinking, I used to, years ago in my 20s, I used to go to Vegas with an old Italian guy, old man Dan, and he was fine in Vegas. And that Alzheimer's took him over so fast. Like 3 months went by, and I was in a little small town, and I'm going down the street. It's snowing and it's blizzarding, and I look over, and old man Dan is walking down the street in a blizzard with only his tank top. I stopped. I said, Dan, what the hell's going on? He says, oh, get away from me, Joe. What? I said, it's blizzarding out. That was my first dose of like dementia and Alzheimer's. I didn't understand what the hell was going on. He was being combative and everything. I'm like, get in the car, you're going to freeze to death. And it was terrible, And just recently, someone else that was close to me, they fell from a fall, 70 years old, fell and then it triggered dementia from a fall. Does that happen? Because it happened right after that. Perfect before that. Perfect before that. Then fell, and then it triggered. I don't know what a fall. It triggered dementia. I don't know the science about it, but so yeah, it's terrible that dementia. So Jill, get him out of there and put him to bed. Well, what is this? These are evil mofos, power grabbing, uh, that been spoiled all through the decades, and they look at it through a different lens. They don't. They just think they still have everybody brainwashed. They still have even in lieu of everything that has happened, they still won't change their thinking. They won't. Oh, Sir Drums, you worked at. Wow. Yeah. It's terrible. I don't understand how their falls are more dangerous than people realize. My friend that I've known for a while, real nice person, smart, funny. And then I would go visit. I'd be like, what the heck are you talking about? It wasn't dawning on me. I like to have fun and tell jokes and everything. And I started thinking, oh my gosh, they're serious. What? Had to go into a nursing home. Real fast decline. Boom, boom, boom. Real rapid decline. Boom. Like what? That was triggered by a fall. Yeah. I don't know. Well, we talk about everything here, but you got the current events that are going on now. But geez, what the hell gives? It's crazy shit. Yeah. My sister worked at the nursing home. I used to go up to the nursing home and I would jog there, and then we would walk back home. And yeah, I seen it like that briefly because it was 11 o'clock, the 3 to 11 shift, and I go there, but most of them would already be in bed or something, or somebody might be a straggler or something. But yeah, I didn't realize it, like, but you know, yeah. So gotta enjoy every day because it could hit anybody at any time. But if you're gonna be running the strongest country in the free world, you might want to have somebody better at the helm. It's not shitting his pants at the World Summit. Forgive me, God. Forgive me, God. But what are you gonna do? We're a mockery in front of all the dignitaries and diplomats. Total shit show. I don't care about Democrat or Republican. I just care about keeping it real. What's anecdotal information? You do math and you do analysis of variance, and you do statistics, and you do numbers, and numbers, concrete, factual numbers, and this and that. So I've always from the school of facts, irrefutable facts, numbers, this or this is that. And Joe Blow citizens will ignore that because they're emotional people that just are fooled. They're not thinkers, they're just haters. So if you hate somebody, you will love their opponent. It could be Charles Manson. So as long as you hate that person that has better anecdotal facts, you will ignore that just for the freaking shit show that is on the other side. The dumbing down of humans. Are we that slanted as a species? It's like Stockholm syndrome. You know, when people become victims of kidnapping and all that, they end up falling in love with their oppressor. It's like the I believe they call it the Stockholm syndrome. You approve and love the person that's sticking it in. Yeah. I don't know. Thank you, Sir Drums. Health is numero uno. Well, I think no, all those cabinet members knew it. Jill Biden knew it. They all knew it. That's why the guy's been hiding, and they keep it. And then now they're all, oh geez, well, the gig is up. This was going back to before his inauguration. Before. This just didn't start 3 years. The Biden's advisor was on Fox News. Imagine that. An ex-Biden advisor went on Fox News earlier tonight on the Laura Ingraham. That's a mind blower. Yeah. They were around him the whole time when he was hiding in caves for the election. And why do you think he wasn't out? He won the election from hiding in caves. They were sheltering him way back then. And now they're getting called out for letting it perpetuate like that. Yeah. How does one become emotionally intelligent? Emotionally intelligent? In other words, be smart about being happy or sad. Be smart about being happy or sad. Emotionally intelligent? You're stupid for being happy or you're stupid for being sad? You're talking in riddles. Are you one of the oracles, Francis? You trying to be a oracle? Oh, wow. I don't know. But I know the dumbing down of America is in full force. You're leading the sheep to the slaughter. They're in full force. The house is on fire and everybody's going, oh, look, distracted. Yeah. Just like years ago when there was always some political controversy or adultery with these people, and then all of a sudden there'd be some crisis for a distraction. So you'd forget about the dress, the dress and this and that, and you'd forget about all of a sudden there'd be a real convenient distraction. Puppets. The puppets are playing the Muppets. And the sad thing about it is that the people that struggle the most and support are the ones being affected the worst. Because you don't like another guy. They're emotional voters. If you don't like a guy and Charles Manson's his opponent, you're going to vote for Charles Manson. Is that emotional intelligence? I don't know. Crazy. I've seen scandals and stuff in America all through the 70s and 80s and 90s, and I've seen this rhetoric and scandals and all this stuff that they throw at the Americans. But what has happened to our country the last 4 years? You could add up all that shit from the beginning of our country, and it doesn't add up to this shit show of the last 3.5 years. Doesn't add up. All the scandals and craziness doesn't add up to this, where we are today in 2024. Yeah. We're the leaders of technology, and we're the leaders of this and that, and we're on the cutting edge of everything on planet Earth. And then you got this political bullcrap. He did. It's his fault. It's their fault. It's his fault. It's this fault. They're so used to all this gibberish, but they'll still get 50% of the vote from the people that the policies affect the most. It's like Jonestown. It's like Jonestown. They're all clapping at the rally. They're all clapping. Probably paid actors. That's all. Put together a cast, do a screenshot, and they're clapping. The country's tanking. Yay. The border's gone nuts. Yay. Food prices are tripled. Yay. The summit was a flop. Yay. They're applauded. Oh, man. Well, what else we got in here? It's been a long night, 3 hours. I appreciate everybody coming in here. Francis, thanks for hanging out with me. Mr. Anderson, thank you. Sir Drums, thank you. Thank you for your support. Thank you. Sir Drums. Go New York, New York. Amgren Anderson, thank you for coming on in here. Bubblehead 669. Thank you, Bubblehead 699, coming in. Thank you, Michael Candinas, Team Candinas, the beautiful Candinas family. Thank you. Ivan Lore. Thank you, my man. We throw some things around, have a little fun. You know, Friday night. Thomas, thank you for coming in. Kurzepa, thank you. Tara, thank you. I know she jumped out. Thank you, the Bonzo. Thank you, the Bonzo, for helping me out. Thank you, the Bonzo. I appreciate it. Thank you, Sagittarius Journey. Thank you so much. Thomas, thank you. Sir Drums, thank you. Yeah. You got a friend. So we throw a couple things around on a Friday night. Some people indulge in some drinks. I had my cigarettes and coffee. I got my fix. Yep. Constantino, thank you, Constantino. Bonnie Official Edit, thank you, Bonnie Official Edit. Sounds like a literary. Yeah, so we rock and roll. We do it all right. We got political stuff and everything, but we got to enjoy our lives and have a good quality of life and enjoy and have fun and laugh and Tony Lucas, thank you for coming in. We got to be aware of things, but we still got to enjoy. Elias Barnes, thank you. We still got to enjoy. It might piss us off and everything, but we still got to have fun. Mo Ellie. we still got to have a little fun. So razors and oh, razors and strategic places. Oh, that's way back in the chat. I was going, wait a minute. I heard about that. Yeah. David Monk. All right. Oh, thank you, David. Yeah. You'll come back. Tell me what you think about the book. Thank you, sir. I hope you enjoy it. Thank you. You know, I've just did another marathon, Dave. I just did it. All right, Sagittarius Journey, you're still in there. I'm going to sleep. Thank you for giving me support. Thank you. Thank you. My heart too. I appreciate it. I live by myself. You know, you got to socialize. Everybody's passed away. Everybody passed away. You know, it's tough when you get older. You know, that's why we could talk about different subjects and current events and everything, but everybody has their personal lives. People might be struggling with things and shit happens, and you know, uh maybe we could be aware and figure some things out and try to conquer some of these things that you know. And you know what else happens too, when couples are in bad budgets and they don't, and it's hard times with money with husbands and wives, it leads to a lot of domestic uh, uh, distress. You know, it leads to a lot of domestic distress because you know the man might feel like a failure that he can't provide because of the budget, or the woman, and you know, so people are struggling with things. So we got to be aware of it. We got to rise up. We can look at these things, figure them out, but we got to laugh and have fun and everything, you know. Sagittarius, right. It's the Sagittarius journey, you're right. The Bonzo. See, get some good sleep. I'm on another 3 hour show. Well, you know, thank you, Ivan Lore. Thank you. So I don't have all the bells and whistles, but you can still share a good word. You know, get to try to help. I used to give therapy years ago, and people struggle and everything with a lot of things. Tara, past your bedtime. Are you in Washington? That's only 9:38 there, or 8:38 there. I'm a night owl, but WB. Oh, welcome back. I gotta learn the abbreviations and stuff. I'm not in the loop. David, I never looked at it that way before, but I think you might be. Oh man, holy cow! Oh Lord! Now every time I look at that, that's got to be. Oh boy. Hmm. We got creative thinkers here, that's for sure, folks. We got a very colorful crowd that comes on. You hang out with the truth serum, you got a colorful colorful crowd over there. Yeah. All right, enough's enough. Holy cow. Me and get Brenda balloons. Forgive me. So, well, I'm like zonking out. It's only 20 to midnight, Friday night, you know. But I appreciate everybody that come in here. Thank you, David. Yeah, he's got an imagination, all right. Quite an imagination there. Creative thinking. Mm. Thank you for the, well, that's for him. Those smiles are for him. Thank you, Francis. Thank you. Thank you, my nice co-hosts, all the good co-hosts I have in here. Thank you, Double F. Franciotti, thank you, Double F. And Tara. Yeah. Au revoir. Yeah. Oh, Sir Trump, he's oh gosh. Oh boy. Oh well. Oh boy, I'm the marathon man. I was a distance runner once upon a time, but many moons ago. I like the platform. You get to socialize. What the hell? You know, I only socialize with very like in my regular life. I just lost one of my best friends. You know, it just becomes more common. You know, that reality sets in, mortality sets in, and it's just like, oh, geez. So that's why enjoy every day. You know, you try to get your mind together so you could have a good quality of life. There's a lot of stuff that could piss us off, but it doesn't mean that we could still try to enjoy things. Because if we focused on all this gibberish and all this stuff that's going on, man, you'd just be crazy all day long. Hit the tables. Let's go. When are you going to cross the border, Double F? Double D? I mean, Double F? When are you going to cross the border? Man, every time I see that pic, that I'm going to think of that now. She ruined us. Or who did that? Who did that? I've got to take the damn map down now. David did it. David, you're the culprit. I got to take the picture down now. I got to take the picture down. You know what I'm going to replace it with? A picture of Dolly Parton. Why not? Holy cow. Oh, jeez. Soon, huh? Soon, Francis. Mm-hmm. You're going to have to pick me up because I don't have a car anymore. New tropic hair script in Europe. Guilty. Yeah, Dave. Oh, wow. A real big show, folks. Real big show. Real big show here. Oh, well. Man, if I didn't have company from you guys, man, I'd be stir crazy in here. I'd be stir crazy crawling the walls. And now that I don't have a car, I can't even go out and try to find some socialization. Holy cow. This is therapy. You realize this is therapeutic for me. Socialization. Isolation is bad. No human contact. It's bad. I'm not trying to exaggerate. It's you turn 20, you're in the mix. You turn 30, boom, boom, boom. You turn 40, the child is off to school, and then you turn 50, and then you lost some more close people. Then and then you turn around, and it's like everybody's gone. But that's a part of life, and this is my coping mechanism. Who else has done 550 videos in 2 years on YouTube? Can you guys take a hint? Who else has done 550 videos? Oh, what a lonely boy. I ain't lonely because I get to hang out with people. They laugh. They got a sense of humor. We rock and roll. So I beat it. I beat it. I know how to get there. I was a therapist. I know how to give therapy. I know how to get therapy. I'd like to have a co-host right here, though. Yep. Hey, Double M, Michael Moore-Meal. As you're aware of that, it's 3 hours and 20 minutes so far. I might be the only guy on YouTube that does 4-hour live streams. Yeah. We always, 20 an hour and I'll be there. All right. 20. If I could, I would. If I could, I would, because my channel would probably explode. My channel would probably explode because it's a good dynamic. It's a good dynamic, and you get a point, counterpoint, maybe a man's perspective on topics, a woman's perspective on topics, and then you throw things around and you have fun. I might get slapped a couple times during the show, but hey, what are you gonna do? Just from hardcore attack. I mean, it's awesome. I did a 3 hour and 59 a while back. I think I did a 4 hour, and then I followed that up with an hour and 30 minutes. Oh, Sir Drums, you saw that? The Christmas video. Now you talk about nostalgic, uh, uh, rare stuff. Look on one of the videos. David Bowie with Bing Crosby. They did the Drummer Boy. You get everything here. Beautiful. What a dynamic. Yeah. It is, and the spirit of the holiday, it was a crazy dynamic, but just the spirit of the singing, it put you in that Christmas mode. That's why I put it up there. That's the first comment I've had on that ever. You can't get any curveballs by this guy. You can't get any curveballs by him. My man. My man. Oh, he did that. Oh, Johnny Cash. Oh, was that on the Ed? No, what show was that? Oh, did Johnny Cash have a show? Johnny Cash just seemed like he had a sad life, He was in San Quentin performing for them. Yeah, I know that one is my brother had R.I.P. Sam. Oh, yeah, Johnny Cash and Willie Nelson. Years ago, people vision Willie Nelson with the long hair and everything, but back in the olden days, he would wear a suit. He was clean cut. Willie Nelson. Then he started out with the Christmas. It was like real Christmas magic. Yeah, it was like magic. And Heart going crazy on you. Mm-hmm. Wow. Yeah, but he didn't do time himself. Oh, okay. Oh yeah, he played in there, and how nice, how nice. Remember the movie? The guy played Johnny Cash. He did a pretty good job. It was critical. Uh, 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 he did an episode of Columbo. Wow. Remember he was drinking and trying to get clean. The movie that came out when that actor, that really actor, I can't remember, but the big name actor, Joaquin Phoenix. Thank you, the New York Jets. Did all right, you know, but it always seemed like Johnny Cash just had a sad thing on him. I don't know. He really, he really struggled hard to make it. You know, he did so many um, shows and everything. Oh, it was Johnny and Neil Young? Holy cow! That Joaquin Phoenix, it's hard to pull that off. He can act, drummer boy. Yeah, that he did so many shows and everything, try to make it, and and then come out. You know, he just kept going and going and going, and then you know did a million shows. Sounds like someone else I know. Me, you just keep pumping away until you just wherever you know where it goes. Keep pumping. He didn't give up. Yeah. Hey, Big Yin. Yeah, I'm still on 3 hours. I'm the hardest working YouTuber out there. We've covered every topic known to mankind. I do like talking about the music and stuff, though. I don't know. You know, that's an easier topic. Music is just a nice, easier topic. You know, nice, comfortable topic. Forget about politics and all them freaking whatever the hell they are. Yeah, I've not heard of that one. Johnny Cash and Neil Young. Wow. Whew. Yeah, one of the best. Yeah, I remember when I was little, my mom, rest her soul, had the 45s, Johnny Cash. He had some hits. He had some hits. My freaking crazy mind. Oh, the CFL football Jets. They pass it every. Is it three downs? Three downs. Oh, okay. Yeah, and 250-yard lines. Holy cow. My mind is crazy enough already. And Carter, the wife, Carter, Rosalind Carter, she stood by him. Man, she stood by him. Oh, remember Johnny Cash did that version of the Nine Inch Nails song when he was dying? June Carter Cash. Oh, my mind is thank you, David. What about Johnny Cash? Look on YouTube when he did Hurt. When he did the song Hurt before he died. You'll be crying. So sad. I think it was the Nine Inch Nails song. Holy cow. Yeah, he did the, yeah. I hurt myself today. That old familiar sting. Everyone I know goes away in the end. Wow. It's just crazy. Crazy. I'll be right back. My phone is ringing. Holy cow. What happened? Awesome. Yeah, check that out if you hadn't seen that. Robbie Robinson from the band. Thank you, Ray. Where are you? Thank you, Ray. Trzynski. The band, Robbie Robinson. You always got music connoisseurs in there. Wow, he died in a house fire. Yeah, jeez. Oh, that's Roy Orbison. With my glasses, it looked like Robbie Robinson. Yeah, Johnny Cash just always seemed like there's just some sadness. Sadness over there. Golly. What the hell's going on? Yeah, Joaquin Phoenix. But he liked that alcohol. You know, he liked that alcohol. Yeah. We went down, down, down. That's when I stepped into the ring of fire. The ring of fire. It went down, down, down. You know, like Loretta Lynn, and Butcher Holler, and they're so poor, and she just went to a local bar, wherever that was, like Kentucky or Tennessee or something. And she was singing, and they were like, "Holy cow!" They had a cool movie called Joaquin Phoenix passed away. Did he? Mm, I think he did. Oh, Johnny had it together compared to Elvis. Yeah, poor Elvis. Yeah, man. That River Phoenix. Oh, okay, River. Yeah. River Phoenix. How do you get these names like that? You know I'm crazy with names. River Phoenix. Wow. River Phoenix. I'm Joe. Hey, I'm River Phoenix. Nice to meet you. I'm Joe. Nice to meet you, Joaquin. Well, I'm Joe. Jets. They're gonna have the Joker too. With the real crazy Joker. With the. Oh man. I haven't been to the movies or anything or whatever, if that'd be on the movies, but that's one I try to get. Him and Lady Gaga are a duo now. Huh? Try my name. Try my name. John Wallace Ashton. What's going on in there? I can't follow some of this stuff here. You guys are in the loop. You guys are in the loop. I'm a little removed from some of this stuff. Yeah. Tara, did you find your cat? Talking to the neighbors. You're lucky you got your cat back. Hmm? All right, Tara. Oh, there's an alien movie. I'm delirious, to be honest. Long week. Well, get that much needed. The clock just struck 12. The clock just struck 12. I watched some of the Joker one. I'd tell you, if you want to watch a crazy movie, watch American Psycho. Ooh. Oh, it's tomorrow, yep. Oh, wow. I remember those gangsters would play marathon card games. Oh my gosh. And I'd have to sit there and wait to give somebody a ride on call, sit in a chair. Silly. They'd play for 2 days, 3 days. I'd just say, well, bring somebody else in here to freaking do the next shift. Somebody better freaking, come up for air because, yeah, we're in a marathon right now, 3 hours. Yeah, taxi driver. Yeah, yeah, classic, classic. Nah, I didn't play. I didn't want to get involved with no cards with them guys. I couldn't afford it. Uh, they played big. They played big money. They had there was big card games with the gangsters that were off in the outskirts in beautiful estate uh, houses, and they had security with artillery because people would try to rob card games. Yeah, taxi driver was a, and they would play high limit. They would play for big money, and there was a lot of money there. And I used to get compensated pretty good on that. A lot of times, sometimes there'd be somebody else. They'd get drinks, and then they'd have food set up. They'd have food set up, cold cuts, anything, pasta, elaborate games. And it was not only gangsters, there were CEOs from freaking companies and corporations that would play with the gangsters. They would play. And I used to make out pretty good. I would make out pretty good at on those games. I would do good. That was very lucrative. Um, yeah. And if a guy dropped out, I'd bring him, drive him home, and I would come back, and then I would come back. But they played like uh, uh, people would leave, and then other people would join the game, and sometimes those games could last 3 days, and it had a lot of security, but they were marathons, and I would do good. I would do real good at those. I would do the old man Sam once in a while. He was paranoid because sometimes the game got robbed. It would be an inside job. Sometimes they got, but it wasn't. It was very rare. But I would go outside. They'd have a guy in a car loaded, locked and loaded. They'd have a guy in the back. They had a perimeter. They had security. Yeah, they'd buy in for 20,000, 25,000. I think you. It's funny you said that number, but I think that might have been the minimal 15, 20, 25,000 minimum buy-in. And there was regular businessmen there. Benny, you got money, you could play in that game. They used to play marathons. Oh man, high limit. All friendly and everything. No drama, just friendly card game, high limit. But yeah, they would and there would be a bar, but they had uh another girl or something, attendant for the food because they'd say make a sandwich, like a waiter. But I didn't like to do that, to just make a sandwich and bring it, maybe a drink or something. But you know, so I didn't want to. So there was somebody else to do that. You know, I could make some money, but I didn't want to make the sandwich and get the put a plate together. I've done it, yeah, I've done it, but yeah, I was tired. I was tired. I'd be outside talking to a guy who's freaking security and just shooting the breeze. I was like, when's this gonna end? Oh my gosh. Oh wow. And I remember I knew them games, those games dragged on. And I remember he said, it's gonna be 2 or 3 days, buddy. You know, and he had a freaking AKA with the long ammunition thing. I wasn't a weapons expert, but you know, I says, what are you doing here? Are you gonna get ambushed or what? Well, no, it's just for, make sure nobody comes in. And it's like, you got a militia out here. What the hell's going on? But they did in Rochester, AK-47. Rochester, they in Rochester, them nutcases, there were games that got robbed. There were games that got robbed, and there were games that got robbed, and the people got caught and whatever. But yeah, because 9 times out of 10, it's an inside thing. It's an inside thing. There's not there's not a ad in the paper that says come to the big card game. Blah blah blah. It's a secretive thing. The card game. So it more or less is some idiot, some degenerate gambler that owes a big ton of money, and then they think, oh, I could make a score, and I could pay somebody off that I owe, and they think that's the way out, but it ain't. Yeah, somebody in their own crew, a guy in their own crew that knew there was going to be a game of money. So it's an inside job. You need handcuffs and an electric cattle prod to persuade my sister to chat. What's going on over there? Tara Reid? Tara Reid? What's going on over there? Thank you, Ray Trzynski. God bless you and your family. Tell her to jump in. The water is fine. It's little old me. Wow, we're approaching 4 hours. It's after midnight. After midnight, we're gonna let it all hang out. It's just a joke. I'm already crazy enough. Have mercy on me, Tara. Thought you had a sister. You don't even have a cat. Oh, they shut down the pizza. It's 5 a.m. there. Wow, Big Yen. Oof. Holy cow. I think I might break a new land record here. I think 3 hours and 59. It's the midnight special. Good evening, everybody. It's Wolfman Jack. We got Crosby, Stills, and Nash and Young on tap here. We're gonna have it's a real no, that's Ed Sullivan. Yeah, this is Wolfman Jack. I'm delirious. Her boyfriend is trying to swindle my mom's real estate. Like the Carringtons over there. It's like Dynasty, Tara. Holy cow. You're going to need some security. Straighten that out. Wow. Thank you, Jets. Jets. Do, 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 do. Have a good night, my man. Appreciate it. Stay great. Be the king as always. The Jets are going to the Super Bowl because they're going to have the best defense and a good enough quarterback to get them to the Super Bowl and win it. Just a little tidbit. That's all. They will have the number one defense. July 13th. Happy birthday, Jimmy. I love you. So, holy cow, 3 hours and 45 minutes. But better because my foxy cousin Angela put her trailer there now. Wow. Alcaraz, and Djokovic. Clash of the Titans Sunday. Wow. That Musetti played he played Novak tough. He played him tough. I give that kid credit. Musetti. I give him credit. Medvedev couldn't get his first serve in, and he blottoed out. You got to play a perfect game against Alcaraz, and this Medvedev. He couldn't get that first serve in, and then Alcaraz, he's going to be around a long time. He is going to be around for a long, long time. If anybody could beat Novak, it's him. Yeah, they're gone. The one kid, he hung in there. He hung in there for a spell. Quarterfinals, the American. Yeah. It ain't like the days of John McEnroe and Jimmy Connors, Tommy Paul. Yeah. Holy cow, it is Dynasty. Tara. You better come in and be an arbitrator and get that settled and get those things straightened out over there. It's like Joan Collins from Dynasty and the Carringtons. Yeah, the tennis. And then the women's final. That Kachakova and Vivek or Paulini, the Italian Paulini. I don't think Krejcikova could hang with her. I don't think Krejcikova could hang with Paulini in the women's final. She just don't get tired. She just doesn't get tired. She's just running all over the place. She just don't get tired. Krejcikova is more of a technical type of player. Try to hit her mark, technical, but I wouldn't bet against Paulini. She's probably the favorite too. She's got to be the favorite, even though she was unranked going in. But they're ranking her 7 now. They just put her a ranking out now 7. She was unranked going in. Krejcikova won a couple years ago. She won majors. When was the first time I went to the track? I went to the track in the 60s in the kiddie stand when they had a kiddie stand, probably 1970. Yeah. And then after the seventh race, you could go in to if it was a weekend, then you could go into the track. Yeah, many, many moons ago, the racetrack. Harness horses with the sulky, not the thoroughbreds. Yeah, long time ago. That was, yeah, I had some big wins yeah, years ago. I was a single ticket holder on a pick three, bet. You got to pick three consecutive races. But I had some good, I was really technical, a lot smarter back then than I am now because of access. That's why I'm ahead of there now to take advantage of the opening from Barbie and Angels Fall from Besties. You're speaking in riddles? My mind is already shot. You were handicapping before? You could read a racing form? Francis, you could read the racing form? I always admired a woman that could read the racing form. Holy cow. Yeah, I used to go, but yeah, good racing. Yeah. When the Canadian horsemen came down and raced in Western New York, they brung down, and the American horsemen, they had a lot to handle when them Canadians came down and dominated. Yeah, the Canadians came down and dominated this circuit, and I knew a couple of guys that knew those drivers and owners, and met a couple good guys. I was in high school and everything, and they were all classy guys. Yeah, good. Yeah, they came down and they dominated. Man, they dominated the Americans. And Americans had to they had to up their game. They had to up their game because they were taking all the purse money. The Americans even went on strike. That's how bad it got. Yeah, horse racing from Yonkers, then at 12-minute professional. WOR. Wow. WOR. They used to have uh what the heck was his name? Weinstein. He was the commentator. He was the commentator on the track. He was an encyclopedia of knowledge, Sir Drums. Yeah. They, man, the grandstand would be packed back then. Now after OTB come in, there ain't no, the attendance is hard. I'd like to go to Saratoga. I was watching Saratoga today. That nice atmosphere, tons of people. That's the good atmosphere. Yeah, what was that guy's name? Stan Bernstein? Sir Drums. Stan Bernstein? 50K in the stands, yeah. Belmont, the big A. Yeah. Boy, and Hervé Filion, one of the best all-time riders, jockeys, drivers, horse drivers. He got in debt with the mob. Hervé Filion. He got in debt. They were fixing some races. Yeah. I think it got publicized, but there was so much money in the pools that you can bleed that money in there and take some good money out of those pools without raising an eyebrow. They cast a lot of tickets. You know, you got a horse that's the favorite, and everybody, it looks like this horse is the best. And they know he's not gonna, they know the horse isn't gonna be first, second, or third. So you can leave him out and bet some long shots in the trifecta. Frankie Pennington. Yeah. I used to like Frankie Pennington. He was a great jockey. But that WOR, man, that era of watching that would come on. It's great. Great freaking time capsule. Time capsule production. We're approaching 4 hours. I think we almost got the record. Yeah, Tara. You know, the atmosphere. Yeah. That's why Saratoga has all those big crowds now, and it's just a nice spirit. There's a nice spirit, you know. I would have been going out there this year if I didn't junk my jalopy. Well, it wasn't jalopy. As you're well aware of, I got hustled by Bonnie and Clyde, 78 years old and 80 years old. But what are you going to do? You win some, you lose some. Let's see Doughboy do a 4-hour show. Yeah, the boxing was great too. Tara, you've been in the mix. Tara, you've been in the mix. And Francis has been in the mix. Sir Drums, you know that era. What a great era. Man. Yeah. Yeah, it went hand in hand. Yeah. They used to have the Pabst Blue Ribbon advertised. Joel Gold, how you feeling, buddy? 4-hour marathon. Yeah, you know I'm crazy. That was back when they had Pabst Blue Ribbon sponsoring it. Holy cow. Whew. Yeah, man. See, it was a nice era of everything. And then you get in this era, everything seems upside down. Like they crumbled everything. Everything crumbled down. Like I want to go to the Meadowlands to see the Meadowland pace. They already had the North American Cup up in Canada. Yeah. 1977 blackout. Wow, I was 14. Yeah. Joel, we've covered every topic known to mankind. We're hitting. I think it's officially a record. I think I did 3:59 last time, the record. It's a minute away from being 4 hours. Huh? What? Somebody say something? Huh? Who? What? Oh. Real big show. Oh, God. I'm sizzling. Yeah, I missed that era. Nostalgic. Yeah. It didn't seem like there was all kind, political shit, all this stuff. Just good feeling times to experience all that stuff. I was planning on this summer to go around, go to Canada to Woodbine, Mohawk there, and check out the big races. Go to Saratoga, check out the big races. Go to the Meadowlands, but change of plans. But that's all. Maybe maybe next year. I can do it next year. Go around. I like to take road trips. Get on the road and go. You know, horse racing was always. I had horses back in the day. A couple of. They weren't that good though. Cheap claimers, but it was still fun. That's all. And I actually worked. I actually groomed years ago. Groomed, yeah, muck stalls. You got to muck stalls, and then um, put them away when they get done jogging and all that stuff. So yeah, yeah. Well, it's four. We did 4 hours. That's a record. That's a record. So I appreciate everybody that come in here. Wow, we covered everything. Thank you once again, uh, Joel. Thank you for coming in. It's late, but you'll be in contact and everything like that. It's all good. So that's that. We'll come in for another open forum, and you know me, God willing, um, we'll rock and roll again. So thank you everybody for coming in here. Enjoy the rest of the. You're 18 miles south of British Ferry. Oh, you take the ferry boat across the street. Thank you, Sir Drums. Thank you for your support. I greatly appreciate it, man. Thank you so much. And everybody enjoy their weekend. Hang in there. Laugh a little more if we could. Try to laugh. Enjoy. And be safe. Don't party. Yeah. Oh, a quarter horse, huh? Come back in again, Joel, and we'll rock and roll. Uh, I'm ready to pass out. the coffee. The coffee isn't even helping. Thank you, Michael Condinas. Thank you. I appreciate everybody coming and help me out. And we broke a record tonight. 4 hours and 2 minutes. Thank you, kings and queens. Enjoy the rest of the summer, the weekend. Tara, thank you. And everybody, laugh a little more and stay in good spirits and enjoy. And I'll be back, God willing, be back here rocking and rolling. Thank you for everybody. Thank you, Joel, for coming in. Thank you, everybody. And we'll have some fun. Just an open forum, Cigar 423. Thank you. He popped up out of the blue. Thank you, Cigar 423. I'm a little long-winded, but I'm starting to crumble. I'm crumbling. So I appreciate the support and thank you, Francis. And let's enjoy. Life is precious and laugh. If you love somebody, tell them you love them, even if they know it. Words are powerful. So, and it might help a lot of different things. If you're in relationships and all that kind of stuff. Sounds kind of wishy-washy, but hey, it's real life. So I wish I had, whatever, but that's life. So thank you. Be the kings and queens of your world. Don't give up. The world is a vampire. It wants that blood. No, put up that armor and rise up in your mind, spirit, and body. And we can laugh. This isn't a traditional show. I don't have bells and whistles. It's just me and these good people, me and you good people. And we do it. We talk politics. We talk music. We talked about horses. We talked about everything. Friday night. I got to try to enjoy it somehow. I ain't got any friends but you guys. So that's it. I'll probably be rocking and rolling again, and we'll figure out something to talk about. And Gene Borrello, don't be mad, okay? don't be don't be mean, Gene, okay? Don't go on that guy's show anymore. That's all. Don't go on that guy's show anymore. That's all I'll say. Thank you, everybody, and stay safe and prosper. God bless you all.